Alright, so... Alright guys, first game today is going to be a TVP in Bronze to GM. And remember, we are making some changes. Now, I wanted to stick with the same opening because this is just one of my favorite openings. I do think 3 racks is really nice. So we might, you know, foray into 3 racks and say Masters 2 just to learn another very solid TVP build order and showcase that. But the real main thing is no matter what the opening is, the composition is going to change from Siege Tank to Widowmine focus, adding ghosts in there, and being just more multi-prong oriented in general, which is just kind of the solid way that you make a Widowmine style work. That's a very quick Nexus. That's a Nexus that goes down before the Cyber Core. So we're going to go... Oh, we wanted to go Reaper, right? Yeah, we're going to go Reaper. Okay, so as much as my Reaper's a few seconds delayed, because I couldn't make up my mind. Because obviously previously we weren't building a Reaper, we were just going Marine, right guys? But we are doing that now. You might be wondering why. Well, more micro, more multitasking, more good, essentially. Now, because it's Nexus at a minute 25, that's how we know it's Nexus before Cybercore. Otherwise it would be about a minute 35, maybe a minute 40. So those are some just basic timings you guys should be able to remember. And just going to give you a little bit of info on that. So factory goes down, and then second gas. Like we said before, real standard opening. There's nothing crazy happening here, guys. And we are going to completely skip the bunker, okay? So we're not worrying about the bunker at all, because the Reapers should be able to keep that unit at home defending, okay? Now, because our opponent went Nexus, unless they were really tight with their production, they're gonna lose a probe. Oh, or just lose... a lot of mining time. Alright, I'm gonna get out of there. So not my best focus fire first game of the day today. But you know what? That's still a huge win. We've kept the unit alive. And this is great. Now, you might say, hey, can't you get a... Pig, don't you, when you're doing your main account, even if they've gone for Cybercore first, don't you still often try to do... Ooh. Do it greedier than that? And the answer is yes. Yes, I'm a greedy piece of shit, for those who don't know. So basically, we're just going to come out here. So if he does come out, he will be greeted by a large force. I often try to skip the bunker no matter what, and only against the best players do they punish it, right? If I'm playing like a parting or something like that. But I think today we'll squeeze the bunker in when we need to. Even though it does make the build obviously a little less efficient. We always would love to be able to get away without that, but it is what it is. You can only do so much. So opponent hasn't pressured us at all, which is fine. Now remember, we don't need that depot until after the next 2 barracks. Same build order as usual. These guys getting ready.
Ready for dust off.
So we killed that. We now drop a depot as we move out. We've got these 2. We've got those tech labs on the way. Remember, it's always important to start those ahead of time. We'll see if we can snipe that probe one more time. As our medevac goes towards the main. And our Hellions are going to come in from this side. So there we go. That's a lot of adepts, isn't it? Oh, he's got DTs. So we're going to go back into the main now. Oh, that's not sealed!
Add-on complete. Base is under attack.
Okay. There will be a Raven soon. Oh, big problem is we don't actually have any units right now. So we're going to make a medevac, a Cyclone, lots of Marines here. We're just kind of coming back with everything right now.
At your disposal. Scanning battlefield. State your request.
Alright, we're just F2ing like a madman. So that's something we're going to start to do more and more, of course. Got stim, shields, all this stuff. Now, I built a medevac. That should have probably been a Viking. But it is what it is. We're going to have a Cyclone there. Other units here. Raven there since we've got the auto turret. You guys can go there. And all we're doing now is just going back to normal production. Okay? So, got stim and shields on the way. We are building that Viking. Screw it. Lift that off. We don't need it. +1 weapons is on the way. SCVs take priority. The wall off is up. So our opponent went for what was just a 3-gate DT drop. A very naughty DT drop. It's very important that you hit your attack timing very crisp. Because, think about it. If I didn't hit that timing when I did, we wouldn't have had the warning of what our opponent was up to. Now, right now, of course, we're going to lift that off as well. It's always nice to build one tank, because obviously Blink Stalkers could always ruin you.
Now what?
Add-on complete.
Oh! So that was a bit of a Chad move dropping on it, guys. But because I had the tank shooting there, combined with...
Let's go.
So basically, the reason I was confident, right? It's the tank was there shooting, and I was dropping in a spread. So I was naturally going to be avoiding the splash damage simply by dropping in a spread. I knew that was going to make things a little bit cleaner for me. As opposed to, if you walk forward in a clump, Archons are going to do big splash damage. We all know that's the scariest part of the Archon damage, right?
Research.
So that's definitely it. We want to build a reactor on that one. And this should be G.
Ready for dust off.
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, so we can now take our third.
Awaiting orders.
Add-on
Oh, he gets that. Well done.
upgrade complete.
We can get +1 armor now. Concussive. Widow mines and more medevacs are on the way. We've got gases. Everything's saturated. We're just checking. Is everything saturated?
Mineral field depleted.
I don't know what that was. Looks like just an observer. Okay. So, we'll leave the tank there. That there is insurance. That's what that tank is. We'll raise the depots on the outside of the wall, rally to the inside of the wall. And then we go, okay, cool. Yes, we're building units right now. That's cool.
Ready for dust off.
We can obviously start a Ghost Academy next, but we don't need to just yet. Now, right now, if you don't know where your opponent's base is, just steal it,
Research.
just send those out to figure out where our opponents are. We can get that Ghost Academy next up. We're going to chase him down. And now he's cornered. He should have ran straight home. Damn. I really thought he was going to go down there, guys. So he's got Zealots and DTs. Fair enough. We can queue up +2 weapons. We can start making ghosts. And we can attack this base. Scan ahead of the push. See what we're going up against.
Upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
And of course the opponent doesn't have any army left and we win that game. Alright, so this is the first warm-up game of Masters 3, guys. Obviously we're still trying to just warm up the hands, the brain, figure out how to explain what we're doing while we do it, all that sort of stuff. So let's go back a little bit and answer any questions. And I'm going to rely on you guys pointing out, hey, why'd you do that? What happened here? What happened there? And all that sort of stuff. Because there's lots of different details. So if you're watching live, please join in the process of the show. Have you done your Christmas shopping? I don't really do Christmas shopping, guys. I don't really do presents much. I probably should. I always feel a little bad when people, you know, give me presents, but I figure that's the whole point of Christmas, is to not feel like you have to give people presents anyway, right? I don't know. I've got like little nephews and nieces and stuff. I should probably buy them stuff. Should do it for the kiddies, right? Hey, what's up, Mountain War? Wow. So this has me back playing StarCraft 2 a ton lately. I also made it to Diamond 2 for the first time, thanks to these guys. Hey, congrats. That's huge, dude. Diamond 2 is pretty big. I'm struggling to figure out when the best time to get racks 2 and 3 with the 111 openings, though. Any ideas on a good mental trigger? It really depends on the build order, right, Mountain Wow? So I have it tailored for each build order a little different. So for instance, right, here with this build order, it is always before I put my second depot down. And that's because I've done this build order a lot. I'm really tight with it, and I've given it enough execution to do that. So yeah, basically, if I was a bit looser, you could argue it doesn't need to be as specific. It could be more like, hey, when you have the money, right? But for me, because this build's tight, and I know exactly what I'm doing, which is a 7 Marine drop, 3 Reapers and a Hellion. And so we all have that depot building. It's always, you start one depot, you have everything else building that you need to. SCVs are queued. We've got the 3rd Hellion on the way, the medevac, the last 2 Marines building. Those are the last units I need. So I'm consciously saying I don't need to queue more Marines past those Marines because they won't be out in time to hop in the medevac anyway. I don't need any more Hellions. We're going to go tech lab. So, and I always tell myself, hey, try to get your double barracks down before the 4-minute mark. And you can see I'm almost at 300 minerals right now, right? And I do end up getting it down right on 4 minutes this game. There you go, like 358. So that for me is when it times out. But what if I was doing a more standard TVZ build? I'd be putting a command center, a 3rd command center down instead of these 2 barracks. So that's a very different situation. Did I hold SCV production? No, I mean, I paused it because I was just dealing with the DTs, so I had to focus on Marines, so I actually just had units that could kill the Dark Templar when my Raven popped out. But otherwise, no, because normally, if we weren't dealing with the DTs, we would have had a 3rd command center next with this build order. We go double barracks, 3rd command center, get double gas, and then double engineering bay is how we'd like to do it normally. Do you think you were ahead after your first drop DT exchange? Oh, absolutely, guys, absolutely. So remember, I killed about 20 workers, maybe a little more. I didn't focus fire maybe as well as I could have, but you know, there's a lot going on. I don't think it mattered too much. So we got an adept kill, and then damaged those adepts. We don't really kill them. Now, he does get a DT in here, but remember, we get in the natural, so we get him. He gets absolutely slaughtered on the economy, and this drop goes back in and gets even more kills there. So these guys kill another 4 or 5 probes, I think. So we kill the entire natural. Oh, we killed 35 probes. Oh, we killed even more than I realized. Yeah, we got my opponent down to 13 probes. This was literally just GG from this. So this DT needed to kill everything. Notice that we just pulled to our other base. I actually sensed it was DTs, I think, when I threw those down. I don't know if I'd sensed it. Okay, so yeah. I'm going to tell you guys, so when I came in and saw the adepts, I knew something was happening. Because why has my opponent got 4 adepts? Because I just killed 1, 3 more. What? 2 adepts? Maybe a normal build. 4? Are you building oracles, DTs? Like, what are you doing? You're doing something very gas heavy. And of course, we know now it is DTs. Which is partially why I went, And I actually, wait, did I put an eBay in my wall? I didn't. I went bunker and depot. And I think in my mind, that was a wall off. And to be fair, if that was an engineering bay, it would have been a wall off. And this DT would never have got in, and I would have been able to just pull and repair. Now, you could argue that the DT should have already been in my base by this time. 450 is very late. So my opponent just built their pylon too far away. They should build it just over here, maybe up here, something like that. You don't want to build your pylon too far away. And you want to make sure that DT gets in there nice and fast and early. So I think a bit of a mistake from my opponent. It should be walking in no later than, let's say, 4 minutes 40 at the latest is when it should be walking into my base. What was the trigger for the eBay? The DT shrine or part of the build order? It was absolutely a trigger. Yeah, it was absolutely trigger. Because the thing is, we're building a Raven by default. It's just not a very quick Raven, right? It's a pretty damn slow Raven. So with this build order, we are actually just weak to Dark Templar. if we encounter Dark Templar a lot, we could either just not drop this mule here and just be like, oh, from the moment I send my drop out across the map, I save mules, I save energy, right? Because for me, I basically just rely on the chance. I'm happy rolling that dice where I'm like, I hope I have scans when he comes in, or I can scramble hard enough. And the thing is, if they're hitting me with very fast DTs, usually they don't have very good defense at home. So even against high-level players, I often kill like a ton of their probes at home. Now, I still usually lose if they're at like a 6k Protoss because they then micro their DTs with the Prism, and they never let the DTs die. Even if I get a Raven out, they just keep picking them up and picking off SCVs, and then they do an Archon drop, and I struggle to ever deal with it. But yeah. That's essentially the way I like to do it, is do that reactively. And once I saw the DT Shrine, and I kind of, right around that point, went home, realized there was a hole in the wall, and that was when I saw the Blur walk in. I think it was about 440, maybe 445. Yeah. Here is where oh shit, there's a DT hitting me. And then at some point I jump over there and I'm like, yeah, go wall off. And then I'm like, ah, god damn it. The DT already inside, bro. Yeah. Can you go over full full production for 2cc and 3cc for bio and mech, says Wishy. Yeah, it's really simple. For 1 base, it's 3 barracks, factory starport. 2 base, it's 5 barracks, factory starport. 3 base, it's 8 barracks, factory starport. And potentially you could add an extra factory or starport as well. Though usually you'd need the gases on your 3rd base by then. If you're playing mech, about 5 factories and a starport. Technically on 3 base you can get 7 factories and a starport, but there's going to be little gaps in the production here and there. And you want to make sure your 4th command center comes up pretty early, because as your minerals start running out, you're going to struggle to keep up production. So you'll see a lot of mech players go like 5 command centers off just 5 factories. But they just don't miss any production on that, and then they add the extra factories or starports after that. Does late game TVP need more than 8 barracks? If you get many bases up, there is an argument behind, yeah. If it like really goes long, you could go up maybe 3 more barracks, go up to like 11 barracks or something like that. Would be cool. It's pretty rare you get there. I would say for most players, it's like, hey, just holding the keys down normally does the trick. But yeah, if you're like, oh man, I'm floating lots of money, I've already got lots of command centers, I think it's not a bad idea. I would tend to try to get towards like 8, 9 command centers, like lots of extra orbitals, the Iron Bank, so I have endless scans and mules before going past 8 barracks, because I value seeing everything that's going on and having all the detection and over having a little bit more production there. And I'd also try to go like 2 Starport Liberators instead. So that Archon drop was obviously a little desperate. As I said, we Chad moded it and just kind of dropped on top of it. And it actually worked out. I wasn't even focusing the Prism there. I was actually just fighting the Archons because I didn't think I'd be able to get the Prism. And obviously it's game from there. But yeah, we just did too much damage with the Hellions at the start. I have a really big philosophy that there's a lot of Protoss players who are not amazingly skilled mechanically, but if you give them a little bit of room to get ahead early game and do what they want to do, then they can look like kind of gods. Because suddenly, every time you try to harass them, they have cannons and batteries in each mineral line. And they've got these big, scary charge lot armies that are very good even with A-move, all that sort of stuff. Alex Zane's asking about graphic settings, because they have FPS drops. Oh, you should turn all the CPU settings down especially. But Google hybrid graphic settings StarCraft. If you Google that, Alex Zane, there is a thread on how to still have things be visually very, visible, while having the best balance of that and performance. So that's probably the best bet for you, mate. My younger brother Piglet just plays with everything on the minimum settings, and he plays just fine. So I don't think that's a bad way to do it. What is the name of the thread? Hybrid graphic settings. It's not there. There's a thread on Team Liquid about it. But if you just Google hybrid graphics StarCraft, it should come up. I have everything on Ultra right now. Oh, dude, turn that shit off. Dude, Ultra is just bad for your eyes as well. In any game, Ultra settings, nice if you're wanting to walk around a world and go fishing or something like that. But if you want to actually play the game properly, it's not good, mate. It's really not good. So why is it not good, you might be wondering. There's glittery shit everywhere. There's just shiny crap. There's reflections, there's shiny crap. a lot of things aren't necessarily visually distinctive. There's smoke trails and lines and explosions and flashing lights. It's too much, dude. Even medium graphic settings has a lot of unnecessary shiny shit on it. So yeah, that's ridiculously high, Alakazam. You could turn everything to medium and yeah, but especially the CPU settings are what lowers your FPS for most people. The CPU gets throttled pretty bad in StarCraft because one of your cores basically does all the computing for StarCraft just with the way it's programmed, and that means that it's a little harder. All right, guys, so we've got ourselves here once again with a TVP, 2 games in a row. Now we want to do that Reaper opening again, but if our opponents go on Cybercore first, we'll try to play it safe, squeeze that bunker in. We'll imagine that I'm playing parting. We'll imagine that I can't rely on crisp execution and mechanics to get me out of any trouble, though. Like I said, I do that even versus high-level players. I've beaten pro gamers, like legit, really good pro gamers, skipping the bunker. It's also lost me a lot of games, so I know people are going to be annoyed if I try to teach a style that naturally has that weakness. But it is Nexus before Cybercore again, so guess what, guys? No bunker required. No bunker required. We can do the exact same opening as that last game, and Bellium hangs out in the channel. Bellium's going to know the exact build I'm doing, so expect a player to be very prepared. Expect Bellium to be very prepared. Bellium's going to know exactly what is coming. And, oh, that's nice. So he knows he's dead, so he just wants to lure me away from his base. Oh. Which is fair enough. Now that factory positioning is actually something I don't like. Now the reason for that is it's visible from the ramp. So it's what I call being a lazy piece of shit. Oh, hello. There's a zealot. Okay. So we'll just... Do we stop to kill the zealot? Or do we go into the main? I'm going to go into the main and go after the probes, man. So, yeah, and then we'll go back to clean up the zealot. So, oh, never mind. Wait, what's he doing here? The zealot is just chilling. Interesting. Okay, guys, so we've got a reactor almost finished. These guys misclicked. We didn't click those on the gas. So we're going to sit on the watchtower for now with the Reaper. Okay.
Add-on complete.
Okay. So notice it's very important you keep dropping mules on the high ground. Oh shit. Oh, his second gas was late. He might have an extra proxy gateway somewhere. It's a very weird opening from my opponent. I'm regretting not scouting a little more, just a little bit now. Now we're gonna have to pull some SCVs in this fight because he's obviously got the zealot there to tank.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. This better be good. Ready to raise some hell. Ben?
Oh shit, we didn't get the medevac started yet, guys. Okay. I'm like, man, he's distracting me. I really thought he was going to come and fight me, and he's not. And you can see the effect this is having on me. Where I'm like, God damn it, dude, just come and fight me. Don't be a fucking pussy. And obviously, it's very wise of him to not, because he has distracted me significantly now. And that's obviously very annoying. So my Hellions and Reaper will get map control. These guys are going to get in the medevac. Same build, but we've been delayed a little bit. And we've already got one tech lab.
Ready for dust off.
SCV ready. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Add-on complete.
Apparently my medevac is only there. Come on, medevac.
Add-on complete.
Gangway coming through. SCV ready. SCV
He's got a nice wall off as well. All right.
What's going on?
Talk to me.
Got something
Add-on
for me to kill. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Go.
You gonna get
Go for the mineral line, which is kind of walled off right now. So this is a one-way trip. So we're going to make a cyclone. Lots of marines. Let's get that third command center started.
SCV
Get the extra gas started. Let's get the bunker started as well. So, very nice defense by my opponent. We're going to hide the Hellions right up in the corner of the map for now. This was a very bad start for me. And we're also going to take our Raven, guys. We're going to send that right to the bottom left. Now, why is it going there? It's because a Raven is worthless right now. A Raven is actually a worthless unit. So what do we mean by that? Well, basically, he's got units that can kill it in almost no shots. Like, it's actually insane how vulnerable it is in this scenario. You go there. You go there. We're up to 5 barracks now. Let's get the double engineering bay, which is, of course, a little later than normal. And we don't quite have turrets yet, but it is what it is. So that needs to build a reactor because we've got 1, 2, 3 tech labs. We're going to have a second reactor soon. That'll be great. And we can get the depots down. So we're just shift clicking that. Repair, repair, repair. Oh, we pulled way too late there for the repair. So that was pretty lazy, guys. And we do get punished for it. It's not the end of the world, though. It is just 1 tank. Whatever. We've got the 3rd command center now. These guys are going to go up there. And, alright. So, what are we doing at this point? We're basically just building up. And, let's get the armory going. We always get that once we're up on 5 barracks, which we already are a little bit earlier than normal. I think we'll just build the 1 turret over here, just because why not? And then we can just kind of pull everything down. Oh, shit. I F2'd too many times, guys.
Let's go.
This better be good. Go ahead. Been waiting.
Add-on complete.
Opponent's being a bit of a dick, which is very well done on his part. Now, I'd like to build a Ghost Academy, but I really do not have the money for that. Now, this is close to dropping, so we can start dropping the, to landing, sorry. So we can start dropping the mules. Okay. Alright. So what we want to do, guys, is we want to try and just hit the front there with, like, a small pressure. And we want to just go check out the 4th base, make sure he doesn't have that down. If he does, we'll attack it.
Ready for dust
And then this Raven can fly in the back.
Right away.
Go, go, go. I'm on SCV ready. It's about to get heavy. Been waiting. This better be good.
Does he have Colossus? Yes, he does.
Upgrade complete.
Ready for service. Engineering at your
Gangway. Coming through.
state.
Playing a bit too frantic right now, so let's take a deep breath. Let's build a 4th command center, 2 gases, and 2 more thingamajigs. Now, because he's got so many of those, it's kind of a problem for me, right? That's okay. We're going to get the 2nd starport, do a drop there, keep building depots.
What's going on?
What's our SCV count? 64, which is not enough. So that's okay, as long as we keep him contained on not that many bases, then we should be good. We're going to build 1 more barracks, because I already thought we had that many, but apparently we didn't. We're going to make ghosts now, so I've just queued up a bunch of ghosts.
Your forces are under attack.
And we've got Observer there. Click his upgrades. He's on +1. I'm almost on 2-2. We've got a reactor building on our 2nd starport, so we can contest him with the Vikings. And then we can kind of just go, okay, that's fine. Let's take this middle base, because that seems like the smartest one in terms of
What's going on?
just going to be really useful for us and positionally, because it's on our attack path, right? So very easy for us to defend. How many medevacs do we have? I don't know how I have so few medevacs, but apparently I'm incompetent, so that does actually make sense. I did already know that one. Okay, so we've got some ghosts starting, but apparently, no, the Ghost Academy never made. Never mind, guys. I'm actually incompetent. We'll make a planetary down here. Okay.
Ready for dust off. Ready for dust off.
This better be. Go, ready.
In the pack.
Upgrade complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Waiting on you. Now what?
Gangway coming through. It's go time.
Somebody, get me out of this mess. Life flight?
What's up? Ready to plunder. Let's have a blast. Sure. You gonna get been waiting. Who won?
Upgrade complete.
Go, I'm in a world of hurt. You gonna get me or get heavy.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Man's been waiting one on piece of me, boy.
Mineral field depleted.
Go time. Let's have a blast.
So we just wanted to split there
Mineral field depleted.
into every single base. Whew. And whenever you float money like that, you just go bam, bam, bam. 3 command centers. And notice we always build a turret.
Somebody, get me out of this
Just because
mess.
obviously DTs are so annoying. So at this point you can just do an F2, I think. Let's just make sure we get our Vikings on number 2 so that we can use them.
Add-on complete.
So what I just did there was control click, and then I went shift control click, and then I stole those onto that key. We also want to get the radius upgrade. We just want to make sure these Widow Mines are actually blocking these bases, and just make sure the corner bases haven't been taken as well. Obviously 3-3s on the way, we've got all that good stuff coming on in. And you can see it's going to be very hard for your opponent to defend from there. But he's got disruptors, so it's not like it's impossible. I'm still building medevacs because we just don't have that many. And this here is of course going to be our 5th base. But we've got more money, guys. What do we do with that money? And that gives us, of course, survivability. Now this here is still a big open area, so it's a good area to fight. If you want to fight into disruptors with a maxed army, best thing you can do is pick up your army and drop around. Because I'm light on medevacs, I can't do that, so I'm going to do the next best thing, which is, of course, split my army up. We're looking for the observers, so he can't see me coming. And this army is going to... We're just F2A moving now. And now we're spreading back, spreading back. Ooh, we did eat a big one. So that was not my cleanest fight. But it was good enough just because we had the numbers there. And yeah, it kind of worked out in the end. A little bit messy there. That game was a bit chaotic. You guys can tell I have not been practicing so much StarCraft lately. So things are less organized and more mechanical, which is kind of funny. Because I should probably be teaching you guys more organization rather than instinctive multi-prong, which is my favorite thing to do in StarCraft, and it is deeply burned into my soul. So, moving in here, I wanted to focus down the disruptors, and that's what I did there. Now, I wasn't expecting him to move out, but that presented an opportunity. So let's talk about this last fight really quickly before we friggin' move forward. So, I wanted to just get rid of his observers, but because he moved out in the open, I was like, ooh, he's in the open. I was like, just fucking go. Whereas otherwise, I was just going to spread here. I was going to stim in from both sides, try and EMP his army, and I was going to do a lot of, if he was out in the open, run forward and just box a section of guys and shift-click 2 disruptors. Box a section of guys, shift-click 2 disruptors, right? Basically, just try and kill the disruptors before they can fire. if that was possible, or do the spreading backwards where possible and just kind of try to bait the disruptor shots out, depending on what the situation was. Now, I didn't have that many Vikings, right? I only had about 6. But if the Phoenix takes some marine fire, that's going to be an issue. Now, I saw his army was just so far out, and that's why I did move right in. Don't click on the disruptor until everything's in range, okay, guys? Not until everything's in range, right? And then we move in, and I'm a little slow to do it, but then I'm going to just shift click on these. Now, I think I might have done that with the Vikings as well. So what's the bet these Vikings actually don't shoot, but instead try to touch a unit? Yeah, the disruptors tried to... The Vikings tried to kill the disruptors before they started fighting, so that was big brain. Really good micro for me. But we did get 2 of the disruptors, and then I started spreading back, and I obviously my screen was down here a bit too much, so I was a little too slow to spread on the top. But you can eat some bad disruptor shots. It's not the end of the world, especially when you're way up in upgrades. In this case, actually, I wasn't way up in upgrades right now. The upgrades were mostly closed. Bellium played really well here, but we just obviously had a big numbers advantage in this fight, so it didn't really need to be pretty. We kind of knew, okay, he's got a bunch of powerful units. Immortals are a great anchor, but there's just not that much support, right? So, like I said, I would rather have more medevacs. Now, I went for the Vikings because it was Phoenix and Colossus both in large numbers. But against any regular style of just Phoenix and other units or just Colossus, what would I have done, guys? Nothing but medevacs, mines, bio, ghost. And I would have just said, pick up half the army, drop in the main, other half the army attacks up here. And the thing is, that would have worked this game as well. So I probably should have shown you guys that style just for the sake of the one size fits all, because we're really trying to show you guys more and more the bio mine and how it works versus everything, as long as when you're up against something like ranged Colossus, you know, they got the range upgrade, 3 Colossus with batteries and cannons and disruptors, as long as you don't attack into that head on, if you attack 2 extreme areas apart from each other, it's so hard for them to scramble and defend. It's so hard. It's actually insane. So, really great early defense from my opponent, by the way, guys. Let's go back to the start and kind of look what went wrong there. Let's, once again, guys, please ask as many questions as you can. Remember, our drop's meant to be unloading at 4:35, guys. But because of that random Zealot Adept pressure, which I kind of overreacted to, this drop ends up hitting about 20 seconds late, and that's a big problem for me. That's a big problem. Because that means there's extra Phoenix out. They're in position. This does almost nothing. There's a lovely wall off, great positioning. As I told you guys, Bellium would be ready. Bellium was gonna know the build that was coming and was not gonna let me just drive in and kill all the workers. So, you know, we did have a worse off scenario here. And I missed focus fired here in my micro as well. I didn't click on these probes quite right. Do we change to mines because it's Phoenix? No, Widow Mines is the default style that we're doing here in Masters. We changed to mines stylistically because we're in Masters now and we want to play Ghosts and Widow Mines as standard rather than playing, oh my lord, that chunk of arm. Ouch. Yeah, just because we're learning a multi-prong style rather than the old siege tank style was very powerful, but it was very immobile. So it was most successful versus players who don't use lots of zealots and zealot flanks very well. It was most useful versus players who don't have control the map well enough, so they let us kind of push forward and siege up on their base. So the tank style, while viable at high level, it's not quite as flexible, whereas Biomine with Ghosts is just beautiful. It's so smooth, man. Oh shit, T-Bone Shorty, thank you for the 11-month resub, mate. Bacon. 3C before that, Balgorn and Kurt. Thank you, guys. What's up, fam? Is Terran the most popular race on NA outside of GM? I have no idea. I don't really follow those stats. I used to play, but I suck horribly. Are there people out there who suck as much as me? Or is everyone gods now? Yeah, people ask this about a lot of games. There's always noobs out there playing every single game. Obviously, you're not going to win when you first play. So, you know, it starts you off in the middle of the ladder and it very quickly adjusts Go-Good. So it's gonna knock you down a ton of rating every loss, and it's gonna give you a ton every win. Bellium, dude, thank you so much for the gifted sub there. Appreciate that. So it'll find your correct rank reasonably quickly. If you're super low, super noob, it might take you like 10, 15 games, maybe 20 games even for some people. I guess like, I don't think, I mean, I got to like Bronze 2 after about like 8, 9, 10 losses, I think, something like that, right? Obviously, you've just got to make sure if you are getting a few people leaving, it's going to delay that. People get frustrated over that. It's like, well, if you really have to, you could leave some games at the start. If you truly are a complete nub who's never really played competitive RTS, but kind of varies. I owe you a sub for losing, says Bellion. Sif, bro. You played great, mate. So in terms of the push was just kind of moving out to make sure we were threatening. That's all this was, guys. And you want to do this against Phoenix Colossus play. You don't want to give them 4th bases for free. Now he tries to take it in my face here, like a Chad gamer, but not gonna let that happen this time around. Not gonna let that happen this time around. I did forget my Ghost Academy for a while, guys, and we definitely could have done a better job of queuing up a few more medevacs, especially in this middle phase. You could see I keep having this bad habit of not queuing up that many medevacs. Just doing it at the end of my production cycles when I'm out of money, I think, is the main issue. So we did add some command centers and barracks there, which was acceptable. And then we do find, hey, what the hell, dude? I'm out here. How dare you try and get this 4th base up? Now, Bellium was going for a Charge Colossus Phoenix style with double upgrades, but the double upgrades, I think, is probably a little premature. It's always hard to say with this style. Personally, I prefer to go double Robo if I'm playing Phoenix Colossus, get a few disruptors out really early, and then you can already start like clearing up Widow Mines and just chipping away and making it scary for the Terran to pressure with those disruptors. And I would only go single forge because I feel the upgrades, as good as they'll be later, aren't the most important thing. And there is, in fact, double Robo. They're just not being used. And then a second Stargate comes down. And the Mass Phoenix Colossus is a style which, for me, is incredibly boring to play. But it has surprising power. If you just turtle up on Colossus, maybe a few disruptors, keep adding air upgrades, and eventually go carriers, it's super sick. But in that case, I just don't think there's a purpose to double forge. So with the way Bellium's playing, and I know Bellium's in chat, that's why I'm giving some advice. Why bother double upgrades? Yeah, we're getting some charge lots, which is nice, but double upgrades just seems like a big waste of money. And I don't know if we forgot to control group the second Robo. Or we do start using them now. There we go. It just, yeah, to me, I think double upgrades, it feels like we're doing too many things at once. As always, I think whole-assing one thing is a little better. I think just cut the second forge. Just get +1 attack, +1 armor, +2 attack, +2 armor, something like that would probably be a better way to play this style out. Because yeah, essentially, I mean, we're warping in Zealots off 3 gates, which is cool, but yeah. I also would never be making sentries. I don't know why we would bother making sentries. Maybe 1 sentry for Guardian Shield. But you're so gas-starved with this style, and every disruptor keeps you alive massively and allows you to win fights. Every carrier allows you to get up to that critical mass. So the sentries don't make any sense here, I think. GG's. How do you get to Masters and still just leave more mirror matchups? It's just low-key smurfing for people who are fucking idiots, Blokey King. I just offended 20% of the people watching this stream right now. People who are too fucking lazy to just learn a simple all-in for their mirror matchup and accept that it's more detail-oriented, and they go, it's stupid because my opponent played better than me. And this is everyone in mirror matchups. It's just, oh, it's so dumb because we have the same units. And I'm like, yeah, so you actually being good at the game matters. It means it's gonna be more detail-oriented. You can't just be like, oh, like, you know, you actually need to actually understand your own race and how to beat your own race, which most players apparently don't know how to do. So I get a little triggered because you know, I used to be like, oh, whatever, I didn't really think about it at all, and people pointed out to me that it was smurfing, and I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, that person is basically playing at like the 1/3 of their MMR is lower than normal.
Thanks for
right?
the Bezos
because
bars.
they're leaving 1/3 of their games, so they're a couple hundred MMR lower. So basically, they're never going to have a true, proper StarCraft ladder experience. Because basically, they're just constantly in a state of, like, just soft smurfing, I guess we could call it, right? Where they just leave all games of one matchup, and then they get to feel like they're really good at the other 2 matchups because they're playing people lower than they should, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah. I mean, that is kind of gross, isn't it? When I think about it. Alright, so we're going to be doing a real standard Hellion lib build again. I'm still trying to play Bio through Masters, guys. We'll see what happens. I'm trying to do a bit more multi-prong, though, and that sort of stuff. Yeah, they're basically just, like, constantly in a state of soft smurfing. It's a weird thing. I get that people get frustrated, because it is so different, right? The other matchups are so much more... You know, they feel more strategic because the units are different. And I don't like playing the same units that much either. but it really does force you to use your head and your understanding a little bit more. You know, it really forces you to, what are you doing, buddy? That SCV needs to scout there to be natural, dummy. Oi! You little... That just delayed my thing.
What's going on?
Only by a second, but still, you die for that. You die. No one delays my commands than a dog. Alright guys, let's go. We're gonna try and really focus on getting the builds down clean, because I'm playing a little sloppy to... Hello?
You scared me.
Okay.
The Grim Reaper.
So is this pull first? It is. Okay.
In the rear. SCV ready. Certainly.
Alright. Alright, well he's gonna be going roaches behind this, guys.
Job, huh? You want a piece of me, boy? Yo. Move it.
Okay.
SCV ready.
So we're gonna go down there.
Fear the Reaper, man. Bad
Build
news.
that.
Huh?
You go there, you guys go to the inside of the gas reactor there. We'll go straight for a tech lab on that. We're just gonna sit here and spot the roaches leaving the base. There we go.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Part of me is like, probably should have... Man, I mean, he's already there? Yeah. Let's... I'm like, shit, dude. How's he already there? This is a really fast push, man.
SCV ready. Big job, huh?
Alright.
What's going
Now, I'd
on?
like to still put on counter pressure, so I think we can go starport. Yeah.
Command add-on complete.
We'll get a cyclone.
SCV ready. Been waiting. You gonna give me orders?
Base is under attack.
SCV ready. What's going on?
Go there.
Want a piece of me, boy? Bad news. SCV ready. I'm on it. Huh? Systems go.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready. I get ya. You gonna get by the number. Armed and ready. Moving, been waiting. You gonna get
Okay. So we moved down there just because I didn't want to waste any time.
in the rear with the
We're going to make a Liberator first, then a tank. We'll sell that bunker. Start getting depots down there. We're going to be a little greedy here. Technically, he could follow up, but because...
gear.
Oh, send him home. Awesome. So the reason I'm feeling a little confident here is basically he lost all of his Ravages. And now if we can just... The Cyclone should see if he's gone link speed. If I lose it, that's fine. Doesn't matter, you know? And we go there, 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 there. Okay, then we've got a Viking.
Very well. I like
Make a lid. We've got a tank out. You can go there, there. And we can go barracks, barracks. Because what are we doing, guys? We're just going back to our normal game plan now, aren't we?
Cyclone on.
And alright,
What's going on? SCV ready.
let's get stim.
Let's get into the fight. Inbound. Victory.
Awesome. Alright, so all we want to do, we've got third CC, then double barracks. What goes next? Double engineering bay. We've seen a third base, so we don't have to worry about like super quick
SCV ready.
super quick anything like
Add-on.
mutas or anything like that. Liberator's out now, so we're just gonna queue the Liberator using F2 to do that,
SCV ready.
and there we go. We've got the engineering bays are hotkeyed. That can go there, that can go there. We do want a 4th and 5th barracks, but we don't have the money for that just yet, so it'll just take a little bit longer. And yeah, alright, we'll micro the Liberator because we've got nothing else going on right now. And we're just gonna be kind of moving on
Command center
forward here.
upgrade.
Go, go, go.
Don't see a Spore Crawler, so we go in nice and deep. Because I'm building lots of Marines, I don't feel like I'm forced here to
All hands to battle stations.
to like, you know, react against mutas.
Easy.
Add-on complete.
Okay. We're in range, so this is not the greatest siege up, but it's also not the worst.
Fire.
So we get like a few more, and then we're just gonna run away, right?
We read you.
Now,
You ready for war?
Viking's still gonna see if there's anything there. Liberator's just gonna position there. Oh my god.
Research complete.
Oh my god, what is this? I have not seen this one before, guys.
Ready for dust
But he's not tripling up his biles, so we're okay.
This better be good.
What was that? It was 31 drone, 1-1 roach speed attack. What? What a crazy follow-up. It was he attacked with like 12 roaches. He had a crazy fast 1-1 in roach speed. After that early aggression, to have a third hatchery up and to be hitting at 7 minutes with 1-1 in roach speed is wild. But it didn't actually line up because even without the liberated damage coming in, there still would have only been about 11 roaches, 12 roaches, which all those upgrades for 12 roaches doesn't make sense. You need minimum 25 roaches for a 1-1 to be worth it. So my opponent would have been better off hitting this off no upgrades. Now, I like the third hatch because that actually convinced me, hey, this is a normal build. And I was lazy. I didn't go in and check, hey, there's no drones there. If I checked that, I would have realized, hey, we're under a bit more threat. But because I wasn't worried about it, I was like, whatever, we crushed the first attack, we're in a good spot, you know? I thought we were in a good spot. And I saw all these gases, which made me think mutas or something like that. A crazy build order from my opponent, guys. So yeah, my opponent tried to go into like a 2-base all-in, essentially afterwards with just a fake third hatchery. This is why it's very important after Zerg aggression, guys, to get in there with a Liberator and go, hey, or your Cyclone, whatever, or Hellion, whatever it is, and go, hey, why don't you have drones on your third? And that's why there is an argument behind, I could have put the factor on the reactor, I could have built 4 Hellions just to get the info. But after the aggression like that, I think what's more important is just to continue your build order. And after you've defended it, which, you know, we see at this point, right? I kind of say, hey, wait, I'm already starting my third CC. I'm already at the point where I want to be building my second and third barracks. If I swap my factory over now, start building Hellions, feels like it's past the point where Hellions are going to find that much use, right? So I'm kind of like, what's the point? What's the point in going Hellions right now? In hindsight, they could have got in and done some stuff. You can see my opponent here did some very naked tech, really quick layer, really quick upgrades, and they had nothing else out, and they were not fully saturated on 2 bases. So just rush the tech a little bit. It did my opponent, and I think if they played a little lighter on the tech and just finished droning their 2 bases and then went a billion roach ravager, would have had a chance. Of course, it's kind of hard though, because if I don't move out, they do have to push up a tight ramp here. The early roaches hit very early though, right? What time did they hit me, guys? How did those roaches get here so fast? Wow. What is this build order? I gotta check this build order. I'm not used to the roaches coming quite so early. That was really, really early. Was this just a really tight Lambo build, or was this a 14 pool or something crazy? Let's see. So, I mean, it should just be 16 pool, right? Yeah, 16 pool, 17 hatch, 17 gas, I would imagine, right? 17 hatch, gas. Gas is maybe 2-3 seconds late, but yeah, roach warren before queen. And then no queen at all? No, okay, so the queen does start, but yeah, okay, fair enough. So how many, 19 drones? 18, only 18 drones, not even 1 base fully saturated. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty committed. It's pretty committed. Yeah, this is why you always build the bunker on the high ground, just to be safe. It's also why there is an argument behind build the bunker closer, because we saw that this bunker wasn't good enough. My opponent screwed up. This Overlord should have been on this pillar, and they should have already started flying it in the moment the roaches arrived, because they needed to get it there for high ground vision. They actually didn't do that, so they had to stand a roach on the ramp, which, funnily enough, because that Overlord is just a little behind, you see. It's a bit too behind. But he was able to, and be out of range of the bunker, which was a bit of a screw up for me. So I think the bunker probably should have been 1 space further forward there. Now, if the Overlord's there on time, it doesn't really make a difference. So, I don't know. Obviously, I did get 2 SCVs hit by a bile. That was sloppy, guys. You want to do a lot of shift right-clicking here. So whenever you're defending this sort of attack, you want to say repair, and then when you see a bile, you grab the SCVs, you right-click, and then you shift right-click on the depot. So you say run away, and then go back to repairing. You do a lot of that. Shift, right-click, shift, right-click, right-click, shift, right-click. And in this case, I was like, hey, you guys move there, then move there to repair that. And that worked out pretty nice. Yeah, it just looks like pretty much a Lambo Roach opening, guys. To your point of continuing your build order, role reversal, if you're playing Zerg, do you usually go in with a game plan or play completely reactionary? If you could, a lot of people try to play completely reactionary. It's a really bad way to play StarCraft in general, because you can't play completely reactionary. It's just not a thing. If you have, you're in a game of incomplete information. So if you think about it, like, how are you going to play completely react? Like, you need to have a core path that you're heading down, and then you can train all sorts of reactions off of that, right? You can train very drastic reactions as well, depending on how you want to play. Like, you can have complete all-ins, you can have all sorts of different things that you do that go in vastly different directions, right? So yeah.
What's going on? SCV ready. You're the boss.
But I mean, in general, you got to refine things. And there's a lot of players out there who say they play without plans. And they do have plans, they're just not conscious of them. So what I would say is there's a lot of people who feel their way through a StarCraft game. They have plans, they have habits. It's just they're not aware of it. The difference is, are you going to be aware of it so you can think about its strengths, its weaknesses, when you want to do it, why it's good to do it in this scenario? The difference is actually being aware of what you're doing or just doing things for the heck of doing things, you know? So we're going to scout a little bit earlier here, guys. And because it's a random player, we're not going to trust them to tell their race, okay? So I'm going to show you guys a bit more of a standard kind of build order, and when we see, because I actually do believe this player, that they're Terran, and I'm going to be stuck doing a build order I didn't really want to do, which is a 1-Rax expand. I don't like doing 1-Rax expand versus Terran. It sucks. But it is TVT. We go, damn. Now, if you drop a gas now, it's too late. Your build's going to be really shit. So stick to the 1-Rax expand, and
Our SCVs
just try to do what you can. Okay, so has he got double gas? He's on 1 gas as well. So we're both 1-Rax expanding. At least it's identical openings here. Now that SCV is about to come in. He could block me if he wanted to. Yeah.
It's your time. In the rear with the gear. Will do.
Command center upgrade complete.
Are you kidding me, bro? I was like, come on, man.
Big job, huh? The Grim Reaper has arrived. Ah! Death from above.
Okay.
Got SCV ready.
I was like, just one time, I wanted it to pop to the other side of the building, and not once did it happen. Of course, it's very random when you pop your guy on and off, whether or not it'll actually do anything more useful for you. Now, with a 1-Rax expand build in TVT, you do need to build a bunker right after the depot, and that depot's already, as you can see, a few seconds late, but it is what it is. And you want to keep building Marines, so you want to build up to 4 Marines, okay? Why is that? Because if he goes 2 Reapers or something, he could kick my ass. Now, obviously, in this scenario, it's a little different because we know he's gone 1-Rax expand. We have that info, so he's kind of in the same shoes as me. So if there was a scenario where it's more okay to go reactor, this is definitely that. But as you see, your opponent can be a bit of a dick.
You got it. Sure. Affirmative.
Okay.
SCV ready.
Is this guy crazy? I mean, he's a random player, so yeah, they're always insane.
Add-on complete.
By the numbers, boys.
He's like, I'm just gonna run in.
Ready. This better. I'm listening. SCV ready.
So yeah, that was a little bit wild from him, but he actually gets crazy damage from it. Killed like, what, 2 SCVs, pretty big delay on my expansion. Power of aggression is great. So we want to lift that, build another tech lab.
Ready for action. In gear.
Command center
That
upgrade
goes there.
complete.
That goes there. We want to get the third CC and a Raven. Okay. So what is the difference, guys, now that we're in Masters, is we're going to build Ravens. We're saying, hey, Ravens are a fantastic unit. We ignored them before because I think people build them uncritically and they actually don't use them correctly. And it's like, hey, if you're not using them correctly, just don't build them. And I really wanted to show people that's okay. This is totally fine. You can do this. We're going to go up there and take that watchtower. Just can go there. Okay, so we're going to build at least 2 Ravens every game, sometimes 3. He might just be clearing that watchtower for an actual push, so let's actually keep eyes on what's going on there. And we probably... Oh my god. Oh my god. We should have taken a third gas, guys. I forgot to take the third gas. So that's a mistake for me. Opponent there got a little bit too horny fighting for map control. That's for certain. Third CC. What goes after third CC, guys? Same as always. You never change it. Pretty much any standard 1-1-1 build is almost always going to be the same. All right, guys. Now we don't know if he's gone like, you know, Banshees or this or that, right? So we do know that he's coming out with a bit of a push now, which is fine. So we're gonna just grab our whole army here, and we're gonna try and move out there. And we're gonna swap this one. Those Marines are about to pop, so I probably shouldn't have cancelled those.
Stay your.
This better be good. Show me.
And then we can go double engineering bay because our double barracks is down. Get the 4th and 5th barracks as well. We want Vikings to start because we want to be able to win the air war.
Combat engineering. SCV ready.
Okay.
You gonna give me orders? SCV ready.
Okay. Just check we aren't getting killed is what we're doing there. And of course, this is a bit of a problem because we weren't building depots for a little bit there.
Scanning back. State your request.
Add-on complete.
Okay. We're going to try and chase him to the watchtower, see what we can do. We're putting on gas a little early here, guys.
Understood. Ready.
Because he doesn't have Ravens, notice that we can just do a maneuver. For those who are wondering, what is the terminology? Pig, you're always using jargon. Can you explain what sort of attack? That sort of attack is a very technical maneuver. This was first invented by who was it? It was back in the beta. He used to do this. So anyway, basically it's just called fucking someone up. And the way you do that is you have Ravens and they don't, and then you drop the auto turrets on top of their face when they've also clearly been missing unit production. And then you get to see just how far behind they are. So that's why you got to be very careful. If you're not using Ravens, and they are, don't just leave your army out there unsupported, or you give them an opportunity to punch you in the dick. And that's exactly what my opponent just did. I know this technical terminology is a bit much for some of you guys, but I'm trying to just boil this down so you guys actually have the toolkit that you need in order to succeed as a player. Okay, guys? So I hope this helps you out a little bit. So notice we're going to start dumping Marines into those minerals. Very important. This 4th command center, I wouldn't have taken here, and I wouldn't have taken it all this early, but because I want to fight, I feel confident, right? That's what's happened right now. And notice we're still trying to fight for the map. We're still trying to focus on lots of Marines here.
Complete. Upgrade complete.
And this is very important. We're going to put another 2 Marines out there as well. At this point, I don't have the greatest map vision, so let's put turrets there. Wait, why would I do that? Guys, we've got a base right in front of it. Just build the turrets there, and also here. You could also get a sensor tower. Haha. gonna build one out there. And guys, my marine production stopped. Don't ever let your marine production stop. If you let that stop, it's a big problem. Now my opponent apparently has a 4th base. We can tell from the sensor towers. So this is how you know your opponent is legitimately fucking insane. And it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna take 1 billion bases, which is crazy, but okay. We're gonna sell that bunker and just get that 2nd factory now. Combat shields is on the way. Now, I'd like to scan to see... Is he playing mech? This guy's playing mech. Fuck. Okay, we probably should have known this a while ago. We need more barracks with tech labs, guys. Okay. I'm gonna try and make only orbitals.
Lifelike.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready. Go, go, go. We could use some help here. Oh, it's on. Armed and ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
Can't hold them alone. Want some?
Upgrade complete.
Yes, sir.
So I thought we were going into a base trade, guys, but the moment I realized he wasn't, I F2'd my reinforce over here. And because we've killed his air, this is an easy win now. So we're gonna move those guys there.
Liberation is at hand.
Oh, this is not a planetary even. Oh, okay.
Waiting on you.
We could use some help here. You want a piece of me, boy?
Mineral field depleted.
Ready for
Okay,
dust
these
off.
guys can go there. Woo! Crazy. The mech players will do this. They just take a 4th base. And a 5th? Are you insane, bro? It's like 7 command centers and he's trying to go battle cruisers right now. Yeah, mech players just you gotta attack against a mech player for sure. That's insane. That is actually insane. What are we doing right now? This is crazy, dude. What? They have so much stuff as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, I kind of overreacted to that push early, but my opponent powered so hard. Remember I took that fight, guys? I could have immediately counterattacked and won the game. Yeah, my opponent pushed me with like a Raven, 6 Marines, and 2 tanks. And behind this, they were like, cool, let's go straight 3rd command center, which they built on location. 100% they built that on location, right? Yeah. Oh my god. If I happened to see this, so they went 3cc. Oh my god, this is hilarious. So they went 3cc on location. They built like 2 tanks, 8 Marines, pretended to do a push with it, and then they just took 3 factories, 5 command centers behind it. What? What a savage. And the funny thing is, my opponent got away with it as well. If they actually had any map vision and didn't just let me move past them, they were way ahead in this game. So my opponent here is actually insane, guys. If my opponent didn't just move out with no map vision, right, I would have been pretty done just because I didn't realize how obscenely greedy my opponent was. Now, obviously, this is a random player. They do crazy stuff. I forgot about that. Number 1. Number 2, it looks like I got supply blocked, missed a bunch of SCVs already, you know, as well. I hate playing 1-Rax Expand. Remember, I lost 2 SCVs, didn't I? My command center was delayed. So I took too much damage to the Double Reaper. I don't like playing 1-Rax Expand. And this is the weakness of my verse random play, is my opening with a 17 SCV scout single gas into a 1-Rax Expand. That works fine verse Zerg. It's a little earlier than I normally scout verse Zerg. Slight deviation. Verse Protoss, it's perfect. It's my normal build. But verse Terran, guys, it's just a build order that I struggle with, and we kind of saw why with, like, you know, the Reapers coming in and causing me some trouble. I think I probably would do better if I was more aggressive with my first Reaper, just to check what my opponent's up to, see if I can get a good advantageous Reaper trade. As if you win a fight on their side of the map, you get so much damage done, as we saw, you know, my opponent getting multiple SCVs. But if you win a fight on your side of the map, the most you get from it is killing their units they attacked with, and that's definitely an issue. But yeah, massive greed from my opponent, kind of nutso play, to be honest. And like we said, if they didn't move out with their army, if my opponent just chilled, they had this game in the bag. I mean, their production sucked. 1, 2, 3, 4 factories and no reacted factory yet. They were about to get up to 2 factories here. So yeah, having no reactors is definitely a big issue. So the problem with just pure tank guys, if you don't have Hellbats in front, is I literally could run like just a pack of Marine Marauder in and just kill this and then this base. It looks scary until you realize there's actually no stuff. So part of the way this sort of defense works, the tank Viking turret defense, is it relies on the opponent not macroing well and being afraid of siege tank defensive positions and trying to focus more on like drops and things. Likewise, this turret positioning, exactly what I was just talking about. You should never do this, guys. Build the turrets down here. If you have turrets down here, you don't need turrets up here. Doesn't make any sense. Now, obviously, I should have scanned at some point here, guys. In this game, everything was slowed down, maybe about 7 minutes. I should have just dropped a scan to check what was going on. Obviously, because I was fighting his army, I wasn't really focused on it. But yeah, definitely a messy game. We're lucky we attacked when we did. Why did we attack? Because we had upgrades, tanks, bio, all kind of finishing up. And yeah, we were kind of just like, hey, I've got a 4th on the way. I've got most of my production. Time to go out and start pressuring, right? And having seen this other sensor tower, which announced that the opponent already had a 4th base, that was where I kind of went, what the shit is this guy doing? Takes a 5th command center, and then he builds another one in there as well, doesn't he? 6th one goes down at some point in the main. Yeah, 7 command centers at 9 minutes. What a mad lad. And is trying to go to BCs. What a friggin' Chad gamer. But yeah, just no map vision from my opponent, unfortunately. This is what I talk about with players who always go on about sensor towers in my chat, and I go, don't get me wrong, sensor towers are good. Don't rely on sensor towers. Why is there not a Hellion out here? Why hasn't he pushed me off the... Like, he should have sent some Hellions out, but of course he doesn't have any because he's got no reactors. His first reacted factory is only now about to come up. So he should have been much more cautious, should not be grabbing the army and pushing out right now as well. So with no Hellbats buffering this army could just get jumped on by bio so easily. There's only 1 Marine spotting on the map. But I mean, this is... Yeah, and then it's like, what's your first warning going to be? I'm already in your base. You can't... Sensor towers, man, they don't do everything for you. This sensor tower probably should have been, I don't know, here or something, maybe even down there. You got to have it further forward, I think. And there's no turrets to stop drops on this left flank, there or there. So isn't that silly that there's a row of turrets in the main and a row of turrets here, and there's nothing covering this flank? A lot of mech players will leave that open, guys. Keep your eyes out for that. It's so dangerous, dude. Thank you, Pity, for the 3-month resub. Happy 3 months. Looking forward to the new year. Thank you, mate. Merry Pigmas. Hope you're having a good day.
Base is under attack. Add on. Our SCVs are under attack.
Second factory before 8 barracks?
Are under attack.
Yeah, in TVT it's very important to get tanks up. A lot of Terran players never even go to 8 barracks if they just want to build more command centers and more Marines and tanks, especially if you're not like attacking constantly. 5 barracks can get you pretty much through the entire game. Obviously, as you get many bases, it's nice to get up to 8 barracks, but it kind of just, it's up to you what focus you want to go. Generally though, you always want to go that nice and early.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Pig, you gotta show the army graph. There's the army graph. So you can see their army graph was fine, and then it just plummeted when they came back to defend that push. Yeah, that match history is pretty gross, eh? Oh, Killjoy. Hello, Killjoy. Guys, is Killjoy streaming right now? If so, get a link to Killjoy's stream. We're gonna have another Terran versus Zerg match here, which should be nice and fun. Good luck, have fun, Killjoy. Is it only bio today? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really be doing bio. I mean, I might mix in some mech versus Zerg, maybe, but probably that would probably be Masters 2 or Masters 1, to be honest. Obviously, I really enjoy mech. I love it, but it's kind of interesting to scale up the bio play a little bit here because I'm not that practiced in it, so I think you guys can learn a lot from seeing me constantly make mistakes with bio and point them out. This is not about watching perfect play now, my TVZ especially. It's about watching me make silly mistakes and then explain what those silly mistakes are, really. Are we still doing the Gumiho Banshee Cyclone mech? Yeah, pretty often. Yep.
SCV ready.
I mean, I haven't really been playing that much recently, but it's definitely the style that I've been still enjoying a lot. I have most success doing it off a more harassment heavy opening though. In general, my TVZ in general is just, I'm just better at going YOLO with like lots of Liberators early or Battle Cruiser, Hellion, stuff like that. So,
SCV ready.
I still do the 3cc sometimes, but I don't have the greatest success with it. So guys, notice this guy's already queued to scout the natural and then come back to my own natural. We're gonna get that Reaper out. Do we go into the main or the natural? I always wonder how much time do you lose if you just run in the natural. The natural just feels a bit better to me in terms of actually getting towards the drone line. But people tell me this is the way to do it. And I am nothing but a follower
Command center upgrade.
who's too lazy to time it out himself.
In the rear.
Hatchery first. We know because it's finishing at the same time the Reaper's popping out, guys. Bring an extra SCV over. Get that factory down.
Death from above. Big job. Gateway coming through. I'm on it. Go. What? You want something? Certainly. Agreed. Yes, indeed. SCV ready. Here comes the pain. Let's do
Whoa!
What's going on?
Oh, you. Why can't you jump there? He ran that way to jump down. Okay, I always forget. You have to jump there. You can't jump off this bit. God damn it. Learn your ledges. Learn your ledges if you want to be fancy, guys.
Add-on complete.
I'm always like, but it looks like he can jump there. And it's like, looks do not matter. Learn where the edge of it is. Gotta learn where that edge is, man.
SCV ready.
Cool.
This better be good.
I hope the Lings decide to try and commit. Sometimes people do that, and if you're going 3cc, they might come in and kill a mule or something. But because we're going for a bit more of a solid
Command
build,
center
it's not going to
upgrade
happen here.
complete.
Ready to raise some hell. I'm waiting on you.
Okay, so our Hellions are just going to go across the map after a little bit of scouting here. We've got a Liberator that will go down there. We're going to go for double depot because we're a little slow on starting it. And actually, I think we'll go to the pillar first of all with the Lib.
Ready to raise some hell. Death rides with me. I'm going in. Where's the hot action? SCV
Okay, you go there, you go there.
SCV ready.
To cancel the spore.
Sounds sweet.
So notice we just used the splash damage there to kill that tumor, guys, even though we couldn't see it.
SCV ready.
Reporting for action.
We want that one.
Yes, sir. Easy.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV
Extra
ready.
depot. Do we want 2 more Hellions?
You gonna give me orders?
Nah. Let's just go do.
In the rear with the gear.
Get the 2 barracks started right on time.
Where's the SCV ready?
Oh my god. How many overlords are you going to put on the map? So this is this thing, guys. It's really worth going Vikings if you're playing people who are going to, you know, constantly take risks like this and just put all their guys out on the map. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. We're going to go around the top right now with those guys.
Add-on
Double eBay's
complete.
gone down. Let's just make sure we hit our macro. Oh. Keep the depots up, of course.
To me,
Ah, Commander.
And Hellion's going as well as the Liberator. Now we've got to keep an eye on this.
Need something liberated?
SCV ready.
We're returning fire!
SCV ready.
Get those out of there. We killed the Queen. That's really good.
SCV ready.
Aw, man.
We're returning
And then the
fire!
Hellions can go back in one more time. See if they can get a little more. I don't think they'll be able to. The Queens are here, so we're not going to bother. We're just going to send them home, okay? And that's going to die now. Just grab those last 2 kills.
SCV ready.
And we've got medevacs on the way. We've got all this on the way. So what do we do next, guys? 4th and 5th barracks and armory. Cue them back to mining. And we want to take 3rd base, 4th base. Now what's really nice here
Command center
is we can
upgrade complete.
obviously do all
Research
that.
complete.
Armed and ready.
So we can go, okay, cool. And guess what? When you lift that command center, that's your reminder to restart depot production. More marines, more mines, more shields upgrade. When I say more, I mean actually make the shields upgrade. Add these to your hotkey. Check that these guys are rallied back. They are. We're going to save this guy because we don't believe anyone should skip out on work. We think that's bullshit. So we're going to ferry that SCV out of there. And then, guys, we can do a nice frontal push. So we're just going to push through the middle here. Now, if you want to be super pro, you actually leave the Hellions behind. So what you do is you leave the Hellions behind, and you just kind of check there's no run-bys. And the whole idea behind that is obviously a lot of the time people will try to
Where?
let's get armor. They're going to try to do little ling run-bys to pull you away and stuff. Now, we don't see any. So we're going to get over here and we're going to morph those into Hellbats, okay? And what are we doing, guys? Remember that one of our big focuses today...
Your forces are under
Ready for
attack.
dust off.
Upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Our big focuses... We've got too many Marauders queued up, by the way. Is going to be trying to multi-prong a little bit more. So remember, we can go... Oh, okay. Check it. This here...
We could use some help here. Gangway. SCV ready. Roger.
can go up there and they can start attacking the gold base and the other base, right? And this is awesome because now we can go, okay, let's take a 4th base on location, keep building these depots. Let's try and get rid of these. Focus down some banelings, run back here. And then these guys can run in.
Thanks for the Bezos
And then we've got
box.
Hellbats there. And then these guys can run in as well. And we're just trying to attack as many places as possible, right? Let's get that.
Jordan.
Du-du-du.
Some help here. Go.
Ooh, so we do lose some units there. That's kind of painful. But guess what? We're doing huge damage now. And we're creating problems for our opponent, right?
Mineral field.
At a very real rate.
Coming through.
Let's get the gases here. Let's try and
Upgrade complete.
start finishing off that wall as well. Okay, now obviously he's not there.
Under attack.
So these guys can just go down there. Awesome. I'm gonna send some more guys up there. Whoa, that wouldn't let me select that for some reason.
Been waiting.
Picking up or dropping off. Ready for dust off.
Mineral field depleted.
In the pie. Bye.
Baby.
Ready for...
Been waiting on you.
Okay, so what are we gonna do here? Standard parade push.
This better be good.
Add-on.
Orders.
Mineral field depleted.
10-4. Been waiting. This better be
Mineral field.
And these
Ready
guys
for
go
dust
there.
off.
So we're gonna keep attacking multiple sides like this
Add-on.
and trying to just build that up. These guys accidentally went a bit too far forward there. Notice we're just trying to bait him into our lovely spready.
Ready for dust off.
Upgrade complete.
And he's probably taking that base up there. So we're just going to take those guys. And we're trying to just limit his space on this map, right?
Mineral field depleted.
We're going to start to build libs at some point. You know what I forgot, guys? We forgot to get a factory, didn't we?
armed and ready. Resolved. Yes, sir. You want a piece
Okay.
of me, boy? 10-4.
Look at that. So at this point, there's chaos starting to happen for our opponent, right?
Been waiting on you.
These guys still alive? They're still alive. These guys are gonna come forward. It's all, remember, no boxing the whole army here, guys. No boxing the whole army. No boxing the whole army. And we're just trying to say attack here, attack here, attack here, attack here. And if my opponent kind of got a bit more control over the game, we might have done things a little bit differently, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, we might have focused a bit more on the macro. If he had a bit more map control, we might have had Widow Mine here, Widow Mine here. You know, being a little more tentative with our squads. Obviously we needed more orbitals, which we hadn't built yet, but we have
Add-on complete.
we have a full depot wall there, don't we, guys? We have a full depot wall there. Bad. But yeah, the idea there is we're just trying to bait him into the attacks and just keep forcing him to multitask and spread. And we're not trying to say, I need to win with any one of these. We're just saying, I'll attack from here and then here and here and then here. Here and here. Here and here. Was the Zerg taking towards lurkers? It's probably trying to go hive, but I think we were doing too much damage to the point where I doubt he even had a hive, to be honest. Yeah. Maybe he was upgrading it when he left the game. Yeah, he was on his way to hive. Maybe just for ultras. Maybe broodlords actually. There was a spire on the way, so it might have been for broods. But obviously, like, we were just setting up these fights, and it's just so hard for the Zerg to defend when I'm just, okay, here's my pre-spread, fight into it. Here's my pre-spread, fight into it. And I think you'll notice that definitely there's like quite a bit of multitasking with getting him to take the fights. But when the fights actually started, I want you guys to notice there wasn't that much active spreading and stuff. Like, most of it was like, okay, cool, make sure I don't fuck up the spread. It was like, you guys I will micro my heart out with, right? But I'm not going to micro the whole hotkey. I'm going to micro my heart out with this little squad or this little squad, but not the whole group. And then when a big fight started, a lot of it was just stim everything. Maybe A, move a few units forwards or move some back or whatever. But yeah. Do we have a transition for late game? Yeah, get more units up. Honestly, basically just keep attacking with Biomine and add some libs in. Depending on what units they go, we might build some adjustments for late game. Like, ghosts are definitely fantastic, but I don't use ghosts versus Zerg. Maybe I should learn how to, but I think if you guys want a pro gamer to kind of think of that we're channeling, think of Dream. Some people say Dream's not that good. Yeah, I know. Being in the semis regularly of GSL is pretty bad, guys. I agree. You know, he's one rung below Maru and Dark and Rogue and stuff. So yeah, pretty useless player. What can I say? I think I heard you criticize Terrans for taking the front third. It's bad versus roaches. Because it's really exposed versus roaches. So it makes a big wide open area where the opponent can easily attack it with roaches. And it's kind of, you know, sticking out front. So against roach play, it's bad. If you're playing against Ling Bane, it's totally fine. It just gives you a forward launch pad for your attacks. So the problem, the reason I criticize Maru and Clem so much for taking the front third is they will see their opponent is committing to nothing but roaches and they'll still go take the front third and they'll still build depots out front of it. And it's inevitable there'll be a big 1-1 roach attack because that's the Zerg always is going to go for that. And then they get to kill not just the third, but all the depots out there as well and everything. And I'm like, Jesus, if they just took the other third and didn't build depots out, there'd be a big problem. We got Killjoy again, guys. Killjoy round 2. It's going to be a smaller map, Curious Minds here. So,
Huh? Bad news. SCV ready.
Thanks, Hungry Battle. Fear Dragon with the big 66 months, and no doubt a very intelligent comment that we're about to read. Hey, man. Thank you for the tier 2, by the way. Hey, man. I just want to say I'm a massive fan of you. I think your commentary is on point and insightful, and I've loved you ever since you were a professional Zerg player back in the day. Cheering on a great Aussie. Thanks so much for everything, Moonglade.
Like when it's the wet season at my farm.
Nice. Thank you, Fear Dragon. What can I say? After I changed my alias from Moonglade to Pig, a lot of people seem to have forgotten who I am, but I am the best Warcraft 3 player in Australia of all time. Played at WCG multiple times over the years. I was, you know, one of the early days best StarCraft 2 pro gamers. You guys will remember some of my journeys, my fantastic mane of hair, my chill attitude, and my fantastic Pro League commentary in the 2014, 2015 days as well. So thank you very much for the love and continuing your support. Really appreciate that. Did we just get the I want you to fall in my bed like rain alert? Oh, that was maybe the hungry battle alert. Because that's meant to be the 9-month alert. That's weird. Anyway, guys, it is a Zerg versus Terran, guys. Terran versus Zerg. Let's hit this build. Now, I really like that last game. I really wanted to keep diving with my Hellions and my Lib, and I managed to control myself and instead be just a little more chill with the opening. And I think that's an important skill is it's good to be aggressive, but not if you're putting yourself in the chaos zone for no reason, right? We still did great damage. We still did all sorts of awesome damage last game. Let's make sure you start the reactor before you really start microing. So there we go. Reactors started off my hotkey.
Nothing I can't handle. I'm listening. Oh, that's all? Agreed. SCV ready. On the way.
Really great micro by him. Put those guys on gas. Yeah, if you don't start your reactor, doesn't matter how much damage you get with that Reaper, it just screws your build completely. So be wary of that, guys.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Getting a little antsy there for no reason.
Something for me to kill.
Just build the tech lab straight away. Now, you don't actually need the tech lab straight away, guys. We do that just out of simplicity's sake. We're looking for the creep tumor. So we're just on the edge there where we knew he wouldn't actually have vision.
Upgrade complete. Add-on.
He's like, get out! It's my base, dickhead.
Got something for me to kill.
Alright, depot's starting a little late again, so let's get that extra depot started straight
Thanks
away
for
to
the
help make
Bezos
up for it,
bonus.
guys. This guy will build the command center as well in a little bit. So you can come in, look for more creep tumors. That's not going to really do anything there. We just F2'd and control-clicked my Hellions to join the front. That's a technique I used to really dislike, and over the years I've started doing it more and more. I know Roddy and a lot of other people really enjoy it. So basically you F2, control-click the units you want, and then just add them to your army key. I know like Roddy always uses it for his Phoenix, for instance, and stuff. I was always like, man, it doesn't feel like that's very efficient. I don't really like that. And over the years I've just come to be like, actually, you know what? It's convenient. You just don't have to move your screen around at all, so it's kind of nice. Do I deselect the Marine? Well, I'm control-clicking the Hellions. So I'm going to do it again, guys. Control-click the Hellions, add to my Hellion group. So I don't need to deselect anything. All I did was select the Hellions, if that makes sense. So we've got the 2 barracks coming in next. What comes after the 2 barracks? Well, keep up SCV production first and foremost. Gonna queue that to come in. Hellions here. Let's pull back the red hit point one. And focus on the lib.
Complete.
Double engineering bay, guys. Double gas as well.
Standing by.
So notice, because his queens have been so on point with the Hellions, I've basically reprioritized them or recategorized those as more of a distraction. Now that I see the Zerglings, I am 100% confident that they are just a distraction.
How can we help?
Right? And we're just going to use the Liberator. Because we know we're not going to get anything else done with those Hellions. And in fact, even leaving them there is a bad idea. Because I know, like, you got 20 lings, you're on point with this, my Lib's going to reposition one more time. Because he overcommitted to defending the Hellions, essentially. And that's what you want to get better at as you get really good with like different pressure openings. It's not just your ability to multitask, it's your ability to quickly prioritize. I saw 6 queens constantly monitoring my Hellion positioning, and I was like, yep, that's not really breakable. Saturated, by the way, so let's rally to our 3rd even before this lifts. Everything's already rallied there. I was like, that's not really breakable, that's fine. Let's do this. Now that's my 3rd, this is going to be my 4th, and wait a second.
Add-on complete.
Naughty. Naughty. And remember, when you lift that off, that's your reminder to build those depots. We keep talking about that. So what do we got, guys? We got medevacs, mines, all this stuff. We can just F2, by the way. And remember that our Hellions and our Reaper
Something for me to kill.
can do that. They can go out and just keep clearing all this, okay? And what are we doing? We're continuing depot production. We have stim, yes we do. We've got open up the depots on the inside, close them on the outside of the wall, because that's where Zergling run-bys could come from. Right, always these patterns over and over. Notice we're just clearing watchtowers. I'll see if we can poke the edge of creep now that we've got plenty of units at home.
Go, go, go!
Now you might look at that and go, whoa, that's really inefficient. Guys, that's not that, that's 30 seconds of production. Marines build in almost no time.
Done. All right. Yes, indeed. Fair enough. Armed and SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Go, go, go!
All right, so now we can grab everything and go up there.
Upgrade complete.
Lots more medevacs, all this stuff coming in. Do we want gases? We don't need gases, do we, guys? Let's get the second factory, which I forgot last game.
Aye, aye, sir. You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh, let's go.
Go, go, go!
So we're gonna go for a big attack here. I don't know where his Banes are, but let's be careful. We're going to try and stand our ground, but as the Banelings come there, we're going to spread backwards and try to bait them into the Widow Mines.
Search complete.
It's easy to get tunnel visioned here. That's the last thing we should do, right? Let's take these gases just in case. Let's get 1-1. Queue up more Marines, more Hellions. And guess what, guys? Remember what we're doing? We're always attacking different areas, okay?
SCV ready. This better be good.
Ready for dust.
We just saw that
Coming through.
there is other units on the way. We're gonna take these guys, do that.
Big job, huh?
Okay, these guys. Now we saw the mutas heading to the north of the map, guys, which is real good.
Go ahead.
Add-on
Now notice I'm moving these over the top
upgrade complete.
because
Mineral field.
oh, that Widowbite's gonna be huge. Now if he's pushing one side, you always want to counter push the other side, guys.
This better be good. I'm in a heap of trouble.
So we're just gonna run those in, and then as that dies, we can pick up. Now is he pushing here? He's not. So these guys can now get out of here. And then these guys push the south again, okay? Now, obviously, the way he's repositioning is kind of scary for me. Whoa, okay, spread out, spread out.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, we're actually, this is so exposed right now. We're going to go up here and try to retake this area. Because if we can have the areas out there, then that's going to be huge for us. More Marines. Spread, spread, spread. Shit, shit, shit. So this is the bad situation where you're not pre-spread and you go, uh-oh. Run! Run! Ah! But I think we're trading out okay. Once again, these guys are going to go back in on that top side, guys. I'm going to make Hellbats just so they kind of do their job without
Command center upgrade.
hands-on help. And once again, we say, dude, stop fighting for this area. I will punish you. If you're fighting for that area, I'm going to punish you by pushing the other side. So there's this real kind of like, I'm going to beat the Zerg by pushing where they aren't. And, you know, that's normally what they used to do to us all the time. Now we're doing it to them all the time.
Upgrade complete.
Whew! Alright, we can get a command center. We can now grab half of that worker line. And we can send it all down to that fourth base. This army is going to keep moving in, but notice we're going to set up that Widow Mine line a little bit deeper. We're just spreading those units out. These guys are going to come down here and just trying to get all these Widow Mines. Trying to just keep clearing up this creep, which is making it really expensive for him. And you might not feel like you're doing critical damage, but you really are. Just fighting for map control like this, it's like, you know, it's like in a fight when they're like hand fighting or something like that, or they're just dancing around each other for positioning, right? Like footwork and stuff. It's kind of like that. I think that's a good analogy where you're setting yourself up for the big killing blows, right? So there we go. Pre-spread, pre-spread, pre-spread. Okay, we're a little bit far forward here. Let's try and do a bit more of a pre-spread, shall we? More Marines being built behind this. I'm very conscious of holding the Marine key down more than anything else, guys. And
Mineral field depleted.
notice he's just coming forward with sections of units. When he does that, I do like to respond forward with a little bit of a spready. Or not a spready, but an A move, sorry. And most of my medevacs have died, so I am a little bit worried about that right now. This will be the 5th base. That'll go there. Try and take a turret there as well. Now, we don't have 3-3. We don't have the armor upgrade. Whenever you jump home, the power of a pre-spread that you know is not really engageable for your opponent is this. We can just march forward here, and there's not that much he can do about it. Okay? And what's he going to do? We've got so many Widow Mines here.
Under attack.
So we're just going to A-move those Marines. And that should be able to kill that. Because my other units are pre-spread, guys. They don't need micro. They do not need micro. He's got ultras, which is real scary. So we are going to try to get in there. And guess what, guys? Oh, he's actually got a nice little position there. Alright, we're going to go drop down there as well. Because I don't know if I win this fight or not.
Ready for dust off.
And then against ultras, remember, you want to stutter step. So these guys are just going to go down there,
Command center.
see what they can do. I'm going to try and make more Liberators, and we're going to try and make 2 more Starports right now, guys. And it looks like that drop will get cleaned up. But you know what? Let's stim in, see if we can kill more drones and infrastructure, because he's down in the bottom left. Uh-oh, there's an Ultra there. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick up, and we're going to queue that to go drop in the main, and then these guys are going to attack the bottom left. And then these guys are going to go in there. And then we're swapping to a defensive mode. So this is a I want to damage your economy move.
Lifeline. Now what?
I'm in a world of hurt. We could use some help here.
I just want to damage the economy. That's all I want to do right now.
Liberation is at hand.
And that's exactly what we're doing. So Killjoy did an amazing job of rebuilding here and rebuilding the queens. But my whole thing here was like, look, I have you pressed back. I'm building mostly Marauders. I'm also adding libs. I'm going to get 2 more reactors. We can get fusion core, but it's not even important. It's just having libs there to be a very clear and obvious, these guys kill the Thors really well is going to be really nice. And then the moment they lose map control like that, but they've suddenly got this slower but very powerful armor, that'd be like Ultra Infestor or Broodlord, it can be really nice to just pick up and it can be really nice to just pick up and go hit their economy, especially against Broodlords, right? Especially against Broodlords, it's like, okay, just swap gears and damage the economy, because I've pushed back his map control for so long, and then there's that. How big is Masters League? Masters League is what, guys? 4.3, 4.2 something to 4. I don't know where GM starts these days. I know there's been a bit of MMR deflation, where the boundaries have lowered a little bit, so I don't really know.
Geyser exhausted.
We're on NA as always, guys. Can't play anywhere else from here.
Now what?
About 4.3 to 4.8, 4.9, something like that, yeah. Oh, are you guys betting on how long the match would be again? Do I use camera hotkeys? Yeah. So you're going to notice I actually never changed my rally point key, which is kind of uncharacteristic for me. That should have been down here by
Mineral
now.
field depleted.
But it's main, natural, 3rd, 4th, which was not centered, by the way. Lazy. Neither was my 5th. Oh my god, how disorganized was that? I guess I was very busy this game with the micro. But main, natural, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then rally point. And rally point in the early game is over my production, where all my add-on swaps happen. Yeah, so I don't always use that F2 method. It's just something that some people really prefer, the F2 method to select the Hellions, guys. It can be really nice. I wouldn't say you have to do it. Yeah, it was a joke for me being Moonglade Spanish. Fear Dragon was doing a funny.
Upgrade complete.
It's one person who's like, Pig is Moonglade. No, I use the core, Beefy. I use the core, so I don't use that. What's the opportunity cost of scanning to clear creep versus mules in the early game? Well, a mule mines you 225 minerals, assuming it's on a close patch, right? So if we look at this base, You drop it on here,
Mineral field
here.
depleted.
Well, maybe not there because that turret's kind of poorly placed. You want to build your turrets next to the command center, not next to the minerals. I just chucked that down. Here, that's going to get you 225 minerals over 64 seconds.
Mineral field
Is that meal?
depleted.
So you're giving up 225 minerals. That would be gradually mined over the next time. It's hard to exactly weigh that up, but there are styles, for instance, where people are a bit more turtley, and because they're not clearing the creep much at all, they just go, not going to clear it at all, and they just come forward with an insane amount of like
We read you.
11 barracks bio, and they just move forward through the creep. They don't even bother scanning for it, and they just kind of say, hey, I'm going to have more shit than the Zerg, and I'll beat them head to head on creep. Very dangerous though. How about your Marines in your drop? How do you hotkey those? So I use control group stealing by default. We go over that at the very start of the Bronze 2GM. So basically,
In the pipe.
say this is my army, right? Say this is all on one army key. Often I'd put the Widow Mines on a separate key. But say we've got the army here, and then we want to load this drop up, right? So let's put these guys all on the same key.
Mineral field depleted.
Lifelike.
So you're going to see they're all on this army, right? So when I pick them up, I can just do this, and then I shift click those. I steal those onto a different key. That's my drop key. It shows up as number 1 for you guys. It's not really number 1. These are all custom. And then I reselect my main army, and I go Control 2. Now, obviously the Marines inside the drop aren't on a hotkey now,
Inbound.
but that's the reason why we make sure we go Control 2 afterwards. Because if we didn't do Control 2, if we didn't remake the main army group afterwards, those Marines inside the medevac would still be on the same army key, right? So then you have this conundrum. If you forget that step, what happens is you load these guys up, you steal them off, you go, oh cool, these guys are, you know, there we go, and you've forgotten. And notice this key, this number going up. So then I select my main army to micro it. I'm stutter stepping, and I'm going stutter step, stutter step, stutter step. What did I do? I just grabbed my drop and move commands at it. Yeah. There's a trick to split the medevacs with the Marines. Yeah, I find it really awkward though. You can do that. I've never really liked it. I've tried it a few times, and I just find it really awkward because then it's just an extra step. Because I'll do that as well, because I've just clicked my whole army to load them up, and then they're all following anyway.
Mineral field
Some people really like that trick. I really
Mineral
dislike it.
field depleted.
I prefer to just learn the mouse accuracy. Some people swear by it though, so I totally get it if you like that, Mateo. So like what Mateo's saying, guys, is if all your medevacs are clumped up, people struggle to click on them, especially if like that happens.
Ready for pickup?
I just shift click like that.
Understood.
When you control group the
Big enough,
medevacs, it
dropping
control
off.
groups the contents too.
Where's
No, it
the
does not.
emergency?
Yeah.
Life flight's here.
So I remake my main army group so they're not in there, is what I
Mineral
said.
field depleted.
So all I'm doing is stealing the
heard that.
medevacs off the army.
Let's
But I'm
go.
remaking the main army, and because these units are inside the medevacs, they're not part of that main army key. So when I unload them, this way at least the medevacs are on
Heading
no
out.
control group.
ETA, 1 minute.
So I'm selecting main army, they're not selected. I'm selecting medevacs,
Ready
they're not
for
selected.
pickup?
So usually I would then add these to the drop key if I'm microing them a lot, so that I can double tap. I can go main army, drop key, main army, drop key, main army, drop key, main army, drop key. Just double tap those keys to bounce behind. Yeah. Easy peasy. GG. Alright guys, it looks like Masters 3 is the land of Terran versus Zerg. So this is actually really cool that we're getting so much Terran versus Zerg. We're going to take the front third, the back fourth, this fifth, and we've got already those camera hotkeys nicely set up at the start of the game. I struggle between choosing between mines and tanks early on. Choose it before the game starts, Matt and Chewin. That's the trick, mate. That's the trick. A lot of players struggle with this sort of question. Man, should I play Lingbane or Roaches? What do I see? Should I play Stalker Colossus or Zealot Archon Immortal? Which one? And it's always, the answer is always not what people want to hear because they want it to be like a cool reactive strategy. But I think if you're much better, just pick one as your standard. And then what you want to do is you want to learn, oh, but if it's like Roaches, I want to swap to tanks. So the moment you see Roach play, you're like, okay, swap the factory off the reactor on the tech lab and just, you know, second factory will build a tech lab for itself as well, which it normally does anyway. And there you go. So you're always in StarCraft, you want to have a baseline that you just go for, because there's too many times where you don't get information on what your opponent's doing, or it's unclear. So what you do is you always give yourself a baseline, and then you learn the reactions where there's an exact set tell, that means I do this. So it's not a decision. It's a programmed response. Now, why are we so big on programmed responses and taking the thought out of StarCraft? It's very simple. The reason is StarCraft is played at there's too much going on, there's too much to manage. You are not just the general and the master strategist. I mean, you are that, but you're also the quartermaster. You're also the sergeant commanding, you know, a small squad of units at the same time. You're doing every single job. So you can't be sitting there umming and ahhing about the strategy or the direction, because that's going to influence how your sergeant orders his men around the battlefield and gets those to be effective. It's going to, which by the way is also you, as I mentioned. Oh, hello. That's weird that he went that way. It's going to change essentially, you know, let's put the analogy to rest. It's just going to change your build order. It's going to change your everything, your scouting, your timing is going to be a little different. Oh, I need a bit more gas. And it's also going to introduce indecision and decision making when your focus should be purely on just do your build and do it well. Well, we got a spore trick, that'll do. So remember, I always put on gas when I jump home, right? I think I'm going to see if I can get the tumor snipe, guys. So we're just going to save up hit points, and then we'll run up that ramp in a moment.
Add-on complete.
Ah, he's already spread it, you can see. So I needed to go much earlier if I wanted to get that. No. First two Hellions are starting, a little late. We damaged him, we didn't kill anything, guys. That's a bummer. Alright, let's get the thingo started. Let's get that Hellion home now. Gonna join up with these, or that Reaper home I should say. It's gonna join up with these guys. Okay, more SCVs, more Hellions, all the good stuff. Alright. So, obviously you can dive with 4 Hellions. Notice I haven't been doing that as much because I'm focusing more on making sure my marine timing hits at a solid moment. So we just got some damage done on the Queen there, which is awesome. And remember, we're waiting for 6 Hellions, is how we've been doing this build order, right?
Liberation is at hand.
What's going on? SCV ready.
So we've got the Liberator is going to go in the main. And then the Hellions will have a little bit of a party as well.
I'm listening. Oh yeah, baby.
Okay, so we've got the 2 barracks going. What goes down after the 2 barracks? The 2 engineering bays. Notice I built them where they can't wall units off this time. Now we're gonna run right on in there. Whoa!
Add-on complete.
Oh, really nice reaction by my opponent, guys. Wow, they have like 400 Zerglings. Okay.
Add-on complete.
So opponents are really respectful of the Hellions at this MMR. We're not going to be getting any easy wins. Sorry, you always swap that reactor around. Now it's easy after a loss like that to go, oh, what do I adjust? What do I change? Nothing, pig. I have this exact same instinct. This is not even me just making fun of you guys. This is me making fun of myself because I have the exact same stupid ass instinct, man. And it's like, you don't need to change it.
SCV ready. I'm listening. Let's do.
Now we're scanning because that's a pretty fast overseer. So that's what I'm kind of worried about right now, guys. So we're going to put some Widow Mines further forward here.
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Cool, we got a Queen there just because she was out of position a little bit.
You want a piece of me, boy?
And remember, when that lifts off, that reminds us to start the depots, which we can then do a little bit more of.
I'm listening. Gas from SCV ready.
Got another queen there, which is awesome.
What's it? This better be.
Alright, so because I'm not dictating the pace, I'm at the moment losing confidence. And this is really, really bad, guys. You should not be losing confidence just because things didn't go your way immediately. You're still in a great position, I'm still in a great
Add-on
position,
complete.
and this is just a bad kind of thinking habit from me.
Gangway coming through. SCV
So we got the armory there. I can now morph these into Hellbats ahead of time.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Got so many Marines coming in now, which is awesome.
SCV ready.
And don't stop building those depots. Okay.
This better be good. Gangway.
So I'm not sure
Research
why the
complete.
medevacs were so late, but they are.
Upgrade complete.
So we're gonna start just pushing through the front.
By the go, go, go. SCV ready.
And we've got that 2-2 will be coming in momentarily.
Roger.
Now, I don't think you'll have Bane speed yet, so that's why I'm moving forward in such a cavalier manner.
Been waiting. You gonna want a piece of me, boy? You gonna give me gangway. Come. SCV ready.
So we got our pre-spread. What do we do
Our
from there, guys?
SCVs are under attack.
We get run by because we're playing a high level opponent now. See, they're making our life much harder.
Armed and ready.
So just control shift click to get rid of that.
Ready for dust off. Ready for dust off.
SCV ready. This better be good. SCV
So we're gonna go drop the top.
been waiting on
Look at this, just a small little run by. It's causing me so many problems.
you. Oh, it's on.
Really well played by my opponent.
Been waiting on you.
Upgrade complete.
Sure. I hear. Been waiting on you. Affirmative. Copy. By the
So we're just gonna spread all that out.
armed and ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Whoops. Oh. Oh no. We fucked up. GG.
This armed and
Yeah. Oh, we fucked up really bad. Cool, we're gonna lose a game, finally!
SCV ready. Go, go, go.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
Ah, damn, those Widow Mines did not get the hits that we wanted.
Your forces are under attack.
Can we not?
Now,
Come on, bro.
Go, go, go.
Okay, you go there and then there.
Go time.
You guys go there.
SCV ready.
Upgrade
You guys can
mineral
go
field
there.
completed. Upgrade.
We could use some help here.
Okay. Okay.
You want a piece? SCV ready.
You guys can go there. We get spotting depots out.
Of course. Go, go, go. Gangway.
where's the emergency?
Armed and you
Doc, waiting on you. Somebody, get me out of this mess.
heavy. Go, go, go.
Massive Hydra flank. That I was not expecting.
Better be. You gonna give me orders?
Okay, you guys go there.
You want a
Our SCVs
I don't
base
think we
is
can
under
come back from
attack.
here, but we're going to try to just multi-prong it. I didn't remake my army group, guys, which is why that's causing problems right now.
Acknowledged. Ready for dust off. Here's life flights here. Somebody, get me out of this mess. Ready for dust off.
Okay, we're going to go push the top. Okay, and we're just gonna grab a single marine there as well.
Go ahead. Let's go. Let's have a blast.
Research.
Want a piece of me, boy? Huh? SCV ready. Who wants some? This better. Go, go, go!
Base is under attack. Add-on.
Gangway. Boom, boom, baby! SCV ready. Who wants some? Go, go, go! We could use some help here. Armed and ready.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Oh, shit, man.
Get him!
Way too many F2s.
Mineral field depleted.
Go, go, go! We could use some help here. Can't wait. Gangway. Coming through.
Here's
Boom, baby! You gonna get...
life
Mineral
flight here.
field depleted.
Bad news? Ben? Huh?
Okay. Try and take the gold.
Mineral field depleted.
Waiting on you.
Who wants?
Picking up, dropping off.
Let's have a blast. Ready.
Base is under attack.
Get heavy. You gonna get...
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, yeah. Been waiting on you. This better...
Oh shit! Wrong control click. I meant to control click on the Widow Mines, not the other way around.
Go, Tommy. We could use some help here.
Ready for dust off.
We could use some help here. I'm going.
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
You want a piece?
Mineral field depleted.
GG.
We could use some help here.
Well played. I've always struggled on this map with the early aggression, and we saw why. This player just shut me down at every turn. Perfect play from my opponent. Lots of mistakes from me, right from the early Liberator, not repositioning. So we dove in, and this map's really hard because you can't get in with the Hellions, right? They see you. If they have the Overlords out front, my opponent was missing one Overlord there, they see you miles ahead, and there's no rotation because the terrain favors the defender in terms of positional, not getting caught out of position. So the Hellions did their job, and it was more important than ever for the Liberator to reposition, which we didn't do. So this was just a bit lazy for me, where I should have pulled back with those. We could have repositioned this far earlier, done a bit more damage, and then pairing those two up, maybe it would have been actually pretty nice. But without that, that meant my Hellions couldn't really do anything more here. And then we were in a pretty hard spot. And let's see, when did my first double medevac marine pressure get across the map? Because it felt like that wasn't that early either. Those barracks weren't producing for like 40 seconds. So this is a bad habit I have, where when I don't do damage to my opponent, I feel a double down urge to do damage, right guys? A double down urge. And then I lost track of where I was, where I was like, look at my camera from 5:30 to 6 minutes. Look at that camera. So check it out. All I should be doing is building Marines 5 at a time. Watch my production tab in the top left as well. So it's like, okay, cool. Maybe we skip Marines for a second to like get SCVs, upgrades, 5 barracks, but we should be holding the Marine key down. Okay, focus on the Hellions for a second. Maybe I didn't realize. Oh, this is good. I'm getting tumor snipes. That's nice. That's good. Pull back. Macro. Where's my Marines? So more SCVs and orbital. Still no Marine production. And now I'm thinking about transferring to the 3rd. So what did I stop doing, guys? Macro cycle. We didn't do a macro cycle there. We got really disorganized. So
Add-on.
opening didn't go my way, and I played worse. Where my macro was even more important for my next attack deck going, I put more focus into my Hellions, and I killed 2 queens with these Hellions, which is awesome. But it's only awesome if it's bonus, not if it comes at the cost of my Marine count not being what it should. I'm still not starting. These depots are late. Sure. I should have been supply blocked here on 85. I'm only not, because I'm still only building 3 Marines right now. I have 5 barracks. 3 barracks finished. I should be building 5 Marines at a time. This is cute pressure. Cute pressure is not the goal of StarCraft, guys. If I was getting that, in between macros. So what's a macro cycle? Whenever I was hopping home, I should have gone SCVs, mules, queue up Marines, then do the other things. SCVs, mules, queue up the Marines, then do the other things. Now there is a point where you're not really doing the queue other things,
Complete.
right? About 4:30, say. Why? Because once you get to 6 Hellions and a Liberator, that's all the units you need. You're not building, you don't need to focus on building one Marine at a time. It's more about getting your production going. So it's natural to not really be doing a macro cycle at this point, but to be shifting your buildings. But the moment those barracks are down, 2 reactors, 1 attack hub, 5 Marines, 5 Marines, 5 Marines, joins up with the 2 medevacs, you've got stim, shields, 1-1, 2 medevacs and Marines, and you're starting to put pressure on the Zerg, clearing creep, creating an opening. In theory, you don't need to do damage and you can just macro. Yeah, sure, it's just a different way of playing, but you could also die a lot easier to Ravage a Ling, right? You could die to a lot of all-ins, because so a 3cc is naturally very fragile. Because how many Hellions are you going to build with that 3cc? 2, 4? And what if your opponent is really super greedy as well? Because there are guys out there below GM who are just going to like make 100 drones off 4 queens. And you just, I know there's not many who will do that, but there are people with no Zerglings, no Spore Crawlers. They make 80 drones, and yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's also not interactive, and non-interactive styles, they can be very powerful, but you're going to get information later in the game, and your reactions are going to need to be based off smaller pieces of information, and they're going to need to be like much more fine-tuned. So that's kind of what I always think it's going to be more important to pressure a Zerg player, because technically 3cc you don't need to do much damage, but that's if the opponent plays meta, right? If they play respecting what could come out of it, then sure, it's fine. But if not, it's hard. And defending all-ins is naturally going to be a bit harder with that, right? With this, you've got the earlier Hellions at the front, right, of their base, seeing what's up, which is really important. There's earlier Liberator pressure disrupting your opponent's income as well. I don't think 3cc is bad. I would teach 3cc. I just don't have as much experience with it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's... You can still dive with the Hellions with that style, potentially. You can still go 8 Hellions and Banshees with 3cc. There's a lot of things you could do. I mean, StarCraft's just a game of options. So the reason that I always reiterate that rule, and I get annoyed when people say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And I'm like, don't be sorry. I'm letting you know so that you know for future. I'm like, now you're making me angry, apologizing to me for saying, oh, please ask questions with more details. Don't you dare apologize. No, it's just, I don't know where people are coming from in the terms of StarCraft, right? There's 1,000 things you can do in a game of StarCraft. So when someone's like, why didn't you do this? I don't know why they're asking that, and that sucks, because it basically asks me to figure out the rest of it. So once you said, oh, you know, you don't need to do damage, you can be a bit more chilled, I'm like, oh, okay, now I have something to talk about, right? But the moment when people just say, why don't you do this? It really triggers me, because after 10 years of streaming StarCraft, I feel like there's 1,000 people playing, even at high level, coming from different viewpoints. But a lot of people in the community will just speak as if the person they're speaking to knows exactly what they're talking about. And if I, as an expert player, don't know what you're talking about, imagine what it's like for the noobs coming into the scene. People are like, God, just do the 3cc for 1-1-1, maybe, you know, maybe 2-1-1, then do with the double eBay, but maybe get the second gas before that. People say shit like this all the time, and I'm like, what the fuck? What are we talking about right now? So people get a bit too jargony, and even at high level, I can't even understand what people are, because people are like assuming, oh, just do the Showtime build. And I'm like, dude, Showtime plays thousands of builds. He would not know what you're talking about if you said do the Showtime build, right? So I just wish people would give a little bit more info. It makes it easier for me to teach, to understand what you guys are saying, and it just makes the conversations in general much better. Anyway, guys, we are playing TVP. Let's focus on the TVP at hand. 3-1-1 is really good. I think we'll do 3 racks in Masters 2 for a few games, because it is such a good build. What's the tech?
Complete.
Guys, there's no tech. So my opponent is proxying.
Got something for me to kill. SCV ready.
Oh,
I'm going.
run.
That's all. You scared me.
Or they're just really bad. That's always an option. But we're going to check all the corners with the Hellion and the SCV. I don't know for sure what's going on, so I'm still going to commit to my build until I see confirmation. Which is, there we go. Okay. It's a proxy oracle, guys. So we're going to build a Viking here, and we're going to swap into a defensive playstyle, okay? So, let's get a third command center. I'm going to make a third Hellion, and the reason for that is because it's a good fighting unit.
Are you ready for light it? I've been waiting on you. Ready to plunder. Ready to raise some hell. Keep your shirt on, Sparky. Made. You gonna give me orders?
Okay. So why third CC? It's because it's hard to actually attack into a player who's gone Stargate because they'll see it so long ahead of time. Okay. So we're gonna go for a tech lab so we can get a tank. We've got another Viking on the way as well. So the two Vikings will defend the main.
Add-on complete.
We will get another tech lab there. And these Hellions are gonna try to go across, see if they can do something. As long as there's not too many Phoenix. Just picking them all up, we should be okay. Oh, so check that out. We can try to catch him because he was out in the open, guys. So we want to get right on top before we start shooting him.
Agreed.
We want to see if anything's building out of the Stargate. We're also going to see if these guys can run in. They can't. Oh, that's a lot of Stalkers. And he's building Phoenix right now. Interesting. Okay, guys. So I think we're going to swap that off. We'll put that tech lab there. I don't know. I'm actually going to go across the map with my Vikings.
You ready for war?
And I'm actually really afraid of dying right now, guys. So that's why I'm playing so cautious.
Go ahead.
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack.
That's fine. SCV ready here. I'm waiting on
Add-on complete.
So we're going to land a Viking in each mineral line, and then as long as we just survive at home, that's all we need to do.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Fueled up, ready. SCV
Okay,
ready.
so we're building more of those. We've got medevacs will be coming out soon.
This better be good. Go time. Transformation system.
And we're killing all of his birds, so he's got to go in right now.
This better be. You gonna.
I don't have any medevacs yet, so that is definitely an issue.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Want a piece of me, boy?
Base is under attack.
Go time.
So my opponent's trying to all in me right now, which is super cute, but it's not going to cut the mustard. Still don't have the... Every tank shot is sacred. Hold position will be good. So my opponent can't keep warping in. As I said, at this point, guys, I could lose my command center and we'd still be good, right? We're going to make concussive. I'd love to make 1-1. We need the gas for it, of course. And check it out. Now we can heal, and stim and shields are about to kick in. We're just going to keep playing this really safe, really conservative, and let's get 2 more barracks because, well, we've got minerals, we don't have gas, so might as well get those going.
Base is under attack.
Now, you might be wondering, hey, doesn't your resources not line up here? But check it out. He goes after that tank, he gets punished. And we can, of course, take him out. Very nice play from my opponent there. So this is why your Reaper wants to scout, guys. If you ever get blocked, always go back in with your Reaper. Now, why do we do that? Just to confirm what their tech is. It's worth sacrificing it just to see what's up. I think my opponent just warped in some Stalkers at home. So notice when we get in here, there's no tech. Your opponent only ever has 2 pylons this early, guys, and their tech structure is meant to go down somewhere between 2 minutes 20 and 2 minutes 40, somewhere in that range, okay? So it's 3 minutes, should have been down. We can see that his one started 37 seconds ago, right in the middle, 2 minutes 30, very standard tech timing. Now, why do we know? Couldn't it, technically my opponent could have built their tech here. Now we know that's not the case because that would be fucking stupid. Why would you build it at the front where a Reaper, a SCV, a Marine can just walk in and see it? So, did we actually know we were getting proxy? Technically, no, but I didn't change my build order. All I did was send one SCV to scout the left, one Hellion to scout the right. And before I scouted the right, I said, there is a good proxy spot here. Let's check that and then go to the right. And I just kept doing the same thing. And as it got closer, I would have said, well, DTs could hit me about maybe 420 walk into my base. So I'd want to start an engineering bay, probably about 345, something like that, to try and be safe if I thought that was a risk, or go straight for a Raven, whichever one I prefer, just in case it is DTs. But I didn't know it was DTs, right? We saw 2 Adepts, so we know it's probably a gas-heavy Stargate or Twilight. And of course, that was it. Thank you, Arianity, with the 1-year resub. Saffron with the big 27 viewer raid. What's up, mate? Thank you, guys. I think I missed
Thanks
some
for the
questions.
Bezos box.
So why didn't my opponent just do the Showtime response? I agree, Arianity. I think, honestly, he probably just doesn't, he's not enough of a wall. I don't think Avarice here has enough of a manly Demour sort of demeanor. Now, I am surprised the Oracle didn't come in early, because I only had 3 Marines. So with good micro, like this Oracle could have gone in and picked off a bunch of SCVs circled around the mineral line. So that's a big mistake from my opponent to kind of, I think, wait so long and then wait for the Adepts before going in. And I was like, well, I need to kind of keep my Marines in the main. I don't want to chase any further than that. So let's pull the SCVs out of the natural, just because 3 Adepts plus an Oracle is a very dangerous force this early. You give me a few more Marines, a few more units out, I'll be fine. And obviously the Viking just chases him off. What's the Showtime response? Oh, don't you know? It's when you do a 24-43 height, and then you go Indiana 6-9. But you got to watch out, because if your opponent does the NorCal 420, you got to be careful. Then you might go down the Idaho line, and there's a lot of in and outs. Of course, in and out is counted by 5 guys. Everyone knows that, and that's generally how it goes. So you just got to make sure you know your strategy, Santa Claus. Guys, where would you start if you're a Terran player? Probably at the start of Bronze to GM, right? Use Google for fuck's sake. Oh, come on. Yeah, everyone's tried Googling guides before. You'd just be watching Winter Smurf Noobs all day. You wouldn't be learning the game. No, I forgot to build a depot, so I just built it there because I don't want it to be late. It'd just be like 400 Loco videos. You'd be like, how to improve with Terran. And you'd get like 100 Loco just casting World Championship Grand Finals or something like that, right? But yes, if you guys could link up, Asher already linked up Bronze to GM there, so definitely check that out. Doing this without a wall in is very dangerous, guys, so I honestly should have just put the barracks up a little bit and walled off a bit later. But we're doing a 3 Reaper 2 Hellion opening, so I think we'll get away with it. We'll see what happens. It's hard to find relevant guides because things change so much when a game's been out a long time. Yeah, I mean, it also just favors the people with the most views, which aren't always the most, you know, the most spot-on content. Sometimes they're pretty good. Sometimes they're great, but, you know, it varies. All right, we'll go across, see what's up. A little slow putting on that gas, but we'll make sure we put right on straight away on this other gas geyser. There we go. There'd be a lot of arrows pointing at things.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Yeah. I think it'd be. Do we build the depot straight away? I mean, do we just commit to no wall off now? Maybe.
Yep. Well, butter my biscuit.
I'll build the factory over here so it's kind of protected. Oh, command center already on the way, guys. All right, we need to get that SCV out of there. Reaper is going to pop in about 8 seconds, so that Reaper's going home.
Command center upgrade complete.
Oh, we didn't pull the extra guy off gas there. It's a little sloppy. So do we go for the command center or the main is the question. I think I'm just going to go for the command center.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Big job. What's going on?
Battle of the drills. His drill is larger than mine.
SCV ready. Bandit. What?
Our SCVs are under attack.
All right. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Oh, hello? Oh, what's it worth? Get got something from him. Get from him. In the rear.
SCVs are under attack.
Let's do. I'm listening. What? You want something? I'm listening.
Oh, he got the block off. Well done.
Nothing I can't handle. Ready to raise some hell.
Looks like they killed that.
Bad news. SCV ready.
Oh, did he die?
Got something for
What?
me to kill.
Apparently he died.
Reaper has
Okay, opponent's going for
death from above.
some stuff. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go. I did not realize the SCV building the command center got killed. I should have, because you know he was in there. All right, so we're gonna go Cyclone and then third CC will come down next. Reapers are going to be a backstab, so if he runs in with his Hellions guys, they can dart right in, which is the kind you really wish you had a wall, is against the guy who goes reacted factory. You're like, man, I really wish I had a wall right now. I will go for a Liberator though. Now the reason we're going to go Liberator, I normally wouldn't do that. It's very simple. Liberator is a fantastic unit at dealing with player who doesn't have things that shoot up. Now, why do we know he doesn't have things that shoot up? And we can still go Raven after that, that's fine. Well, we have an inkling because opponent, let's take that third gas. And that should be finishing to unsupply block me in just a moment. We'll get another depot over there. Oh, I don't actually have a depot there though, that's kind of dangerous, eh? I want to have a little poke. Let's have a poke. Nothing there, nothing there. Well, he does have a Viking, so...
Liberation is attacked.
Okay. Okay. So guys, we're going to do that. So what we're doing here is we're going to do a pressure on the front. It's a little hybrid pressure. And the Liberator will go siege up inside the main, okay? So these units are going to come just poke there. We're hoping that my opponent hasn't really kept up with the pace, and we're swapping into a more normal style now, right? What are we building? Tanks, Ravens, Marines, all the standard stuff, okay? So we're going to just wait for this. This will go in and siege up there. Wait for this extra Cyclone to be here. Hopefully he didn't see my pressure kind of building up at the bottom of his ramp. But we'll see what it is. I did. It's a mech build. It's good to know. Alright, so he's going to have lots of Vikings. So we're going to actually do the technical Raven bust. I hate doing this because I always mess it up, but I should show you guys how to play a very effective and technical style versus mech, so I'm going to try and do it. Just keep in mind, guys, I'm probably going to mess this up. I have very little confidence in my ability to use Ravens well. We're on Western US though, so it's not too laggy of a server. Definitely could be much worse than that in terms of lag factor, because that's going to be rather important when it comes down to how this unravels. So these guys can go repair that and then go on to that. We can get a tank there with a Marine there, a tank there, and then the rest of these guys can just go there. Awesome. Alright, now you can swap off. You can go there, I guess. We will build a reactor. Now, actually, your upgrades aren't too important versus mech, especially your armor upgrades, guys. So if we just start attack, that's actually not too bad. Let's get 2 more barracks, shall we?
Armed and ready.
Ready to go. We're scanning the battlefield conditions.
Incoming
I'm gonna
orders.
go in there and siege that base up.
SCV ready.
Need something blown up?
Add-on complete.
Big job. SCV ready.
Okay, so this guy's gonna try and push and just was hoping that I wasn't gonna scan there, I guess. And it kind of worked. And I think we're dead. Yeah, well done. I always die to this sort of style as well, man. But as I said, Ravens are never worth it for me, man. This is why I advocate the non-Raven styles. Well, Liberator's going to do a pretty good job, but, you know. Oh no, they got aggroed. You kidding me? Oh, he even lifted there. What a Chad. This guy's really good. Well played by my opponent. I did lose the early game tradey trades. And TVT is a brutal matchup. This is awesome, guys. Finally losing games. We've been waiting to lose games this whole time.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, these sort of Raven Viking tank pushes are just absolutely beast.
Ready for dust off.
We just took a bit too much damage early on.
Upgrade.
On my way.
GG. Well played. So that was a 2-base mech all in. Now we should have been a little more wary of that, partially because we saw it was 3 factories with no 3rd command center, but that didn't click in my brain because I have a small brain, guys. Remember, we scouted that earlier. I don't think we were infinitely behind or anything, but we just needed to keep up production and prioritize that, whereas I did my normal greedy powering. I said, oh, it's mech, and I played as if it was straight up mech. It's not. It's 3 CC. It's 3 factory mech. There's no 3rd command center. There's no way they would have 3 factories finished on add-ons and a starport this early if they were doing that. So, what should we have focused on? As a result, I mean, I should have had a fire lit under my ass to build my extra barracks. To be fair, they should have already been building. What did I do, guys? I broke Proto. Never break Proto, or you lose your job. You're fired, motherfucker. You just broke Proto. If you guys break Proto, you get fired. So, number 1, why have I got a 2nd barracks? You're meant to build 2nd and 3rd barracks at the same time. Instead, I built one and was like, no, I'll remember to build the other barracks in a moment. And then what happened, guys? 550 minerals. When did the extra barracks go down? I mean, it's not like they're crazy late. Pretty late, though. And then a 3rd barracks. So I'm building 1 barracks at a time, which, what does that do? Whenever you don't batch things up, you're naturally going to forget the add-ons. You're naturally going to forget the other things as well. Could you go 2nd starport? You really shouldn't, because this is just a 1-base all-in. You just want to have enough bio and tanks to win. And maybe pull SCVs in the first fight as well, potentially. But notice that, where are the extra barracks? We should have had 4th and 5th barracks down ages ago. We should be doing nothing but pump units. I probably should have committed to continue to pump Ravens. And my Ravens should have been very far back. And the moment, if he pushes this angle, my Ravens go around and then flank the army. Or if he pushes from the top, my Ravens go around and flank the army, if that makes sense. So the Ravens are just there to, when we do the bust, we drop auto turrets, interference matrices, you just roll over the top. And obviously if you can delay till stim shields +1 is finished, that's going to be fantastic as well. But yeah, this was a nice 3 factory, kind of 2-base all-in. Opponent could have dropped a 3rd behind it on location, but they were incredibly committed. And they did really well with it. There was no reason for me to come out and fight. I already lost a Raven before it did anything. 2nd Raven dropped an auto turret in a meaningless fight. This is just the most typical way of wasting Ravens, guys. Wasting Ravens for no reason. If you're going to build Ravens, use them the right way. Now, obviously, I was thinking pretty far ahead about breaking the mech setup. I was talking about, I'm going to build Ravens, even though in this scenario, normally I wouldn't bother against a mech player. I'd just go to my own Vikings, Medivacs, and I'd just play it that way. And I'd probably go straight Medivacs, right? But I was like, I'm going to show you guys how to break a defensive mech player with Ravens. And I was very surprised when this army showed up, because in my mind, my opponent was on 1 factory, 1 starport, even though I'd seen the other one, and they wouldn't really be able to do a scary push. And then we were very surprised by that. So that there is a classic misreading the scouting information and having some big doo-doos. That being said, also just messed up the multitasking at the start of that game. So let's fix that up for the next one. Is my mouth sore? I clench my jaw a lot.
Let's go.
So I was just giving myself a little jaw massagey. What do you think of Vibes Bronze to GM series? Vibes literally cancer, man. He's the worst human. He's such an ass. He just wants to build walls and make bombards all day. Only copy his play if you want to be a turtle Chinese noob. No, Vibes a good mate, dude. Vibes awesome. I haven't watched much of his Bronze to GM. I think his old series is a really good macro primer, so it's good for getting you to focus on how to build a lot of stuff. For me, it takes the joy out of playing StarCraft, so I don't like it, and I teach a very different style, but obviously he got bored of that as well. And he taught very different styles in his later Bronze to GMs. So his first most famous Bronze to GM is actually very different to his later ones. And that's, you know, to be expected. Vibe's a very high-level RTS gamer. And he's been the American champion, the American runner-up back when he was a pro. So he's a very good player. And you move everything with fire lances, or just play Mongols. Kill everyone before then, anyway. But yeah, you guys can share your thoughts on Vibe series. I know there's usually a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, it really got me into doing well with so and so race," or "I got past gold where I was stuck forever," or platinum or diamond or whatever it is. A lot of people say that, but yeah. What about people who've watched his newer Bronze to GM? Macro is bad and boring. Yeah, it's what I mean. There's a reason we call them proxy Chad strategies and virgin macro, right? Alright guys, we're playing TVZ here. So let's keep our macro going, even if the early game doesn't go our way. And you can tell that I just don't have a lot of muscle memory with my biomine, which is part of why I'm so disorganized in a lot of scenarios with it. But I think that's good because it shows you guys a much less organized pig.
I'm listening. Yes, indeed. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, baby.
So notice we blocked him from putting a spore down there. 2 guys on gas. Oh!
That I can't handle.
I should not have stopped for that extra hit. That was so greedy, man. Okay. I'd like to come over here, see if there's a tumor we can get on its second spread, probably.
On the way. All right.
Looks like he hasn't put a tumor down though. Interesting. This player's just focusing on the injects. Could be to make lots of speedlings or something.
I'm going. Gonna have me.
So this is purely because I noticed that my opponent was not defended properly. That's why we went in there, guys. And notice there's no third queen, no creep going down. I think he might be putting down a tumor now. He is, okay.
Yeah.
So just a bit of a greedy opening from my opponent, I felt like. And I just wanted to try and take advantage of that, right? So we'll try and get that tumor on its spread, if possible. Liberated to the right, Hellions will come here. That'll probably be in about 10 seconds. And then of course third CC there. Yeah. I think part of why I got a little triggered earlier when someone asked why don't you 3CC is because this is a 3CC build. It's just not right at the very beginning of the game. I'm like, this is literally the greediest build you could do. Don't you guys remember 2017 when we didn't know how to macro? Worth trading the Reaper just to get these tumors. No one remembers, man. Back when TY broke our brain by going past 65 workers. Showed us that 85 was a thing. We were like, what? What? You can't do that. That's crazy. That's too many workers, TY.
Bad news. Talk to me, boss.
All right.
Ready to raise some hell. In the rear. Are you ready? You want a piece of me, boy?
See if we can grab some drones. Ah, run. I'm more worried about getting surrounded than I am about anything else, so I just want to kind of threaten there. Make sure the wall is up. Double eBay.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Are you ready for this?
We have you on
SCV
screen.
ready.
Perfect.
I'm waiting on you.
Add-on.
SCV ready.
So he's gone Hydras, which tells us that my opponent is literally insane, guys. I don't know what's happening right now, but there's Hydras out for some reason.
Want a piece of me, boy?
We're returning fire.
So I'm gonna run home. We're gonna build a bunker out there. We're gonna try and get tanks out because he might just have like a critical mass of units. Because the fact that he's building this so early, right, guys, means there could be a big all-in. So we're trying to make combat shields, tank, all this stuff.
Let's go. SCV ready.
combat shields did not start up. I didn't have the money before. There we go.
Research complete.
And we're going to try and put some Hellion out, see if we are indeed getting all in, or if this is just the worst, weirdest, strangest macro game of all time from my opponent.
SCV ready.
Okay,
You want a piece of me, boy?
so we're going to just put these Hellions out. Yeah, okay.
Ready for dust off.
What's going on? Gangway coming through.
Alright.
By the time, boy. Been waiting on
You know what? Yeah, that's not very many units. So, and because we macroed well, we just win the game. You can't open Hydras, guys. It's not a thing. Hydras are the worst unit in the game until they have a bunch of upgrades. Once they have those upgrades, they become decent, but they need those upgrades and they need support. Okay, so...
Add-on complete.
Oops, one of my barracks wasn't hotkeyed. That's what was happening there, okay. Tanks, everything. So we're just trying to make sure everything's set up now. I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay, so we're gonna send a drop down the right side.
Complete.
That can go there. And we're just gonna set up some tanks. Now, obviously we want to go second factory, right? So that can go there, which means we need double gas. Why? Because this is not your mum and dad's widow mine TVZ. It's going to be the much different tank style. Obviously, different type of resource balance needed for that.
Talk to me.
Now, we're obviously just going to say, well, because I'm turtling with tanks, it's a less mobile army. We only want to pressure with these other squads of guys, okay? So just going to hide the drops and then go for the snipe. Accidentally did a second one there. That second scan was a mistake, guys. And lots of Hydras. My opponent is massing Hydras. So I don't know if they're a troll or they think this is
Research
good.
complete.
That barracks apparently never landed. Try to take that fourth. Let's take this fourth out here, shall we? We've got 2-2 on the way, right?
Add-on complete.
Want a piece of me, boy? Sure. SCV ready. Armed and ready. Been waiting on you. Who wants some?
Mineral field. Upgrade complete.
Get heavy. Can't wait.
Light flight's here. Talk to me.
Gangway coming through. What's going on? This better be good. We could use some help here.
Mineral field.
Want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. Go, go, go.
Okay.
Gangway.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay.
Wait. Who wants some? Ready to roll out. Bad news. You want a piece of me, boy?
Mineral field depleted.
This better be good.
And this is just game, guys. No reason to let your opponent out from underneath your control. You know, when you're in this sort of situation.
Upgrade complete.
Armed and ready. I'm in a heap of trouble. Who wants
Hydra's in the open.
want a piece of me, boy? Armed and who wants? Go, go, go. Been waiting on you. This better be good.
So notice we're trying to do some spreads. I was like, I think I saw some infestors. I'm not sure. Real cute style by him. It shouldn't matter though. Let's try to shift click those, shall we? Yeah, I mean, I just have too much. That's fine.
What's going on? This better be. You gonna give me orders? Gangway coming through.
This obviously needs the vision so he can try to ambush me with the infestors, but
Armed and ready. This better be. Who wants some? Want a piece of me, boy?
as long as you're spread out with siege tanks, there's just nothing he can do. Somehow he's behind me as well. And this is an absolute Chad gamer, guys. That's a fucking cool... I've talked about Hydra Infestor being a cool style. You just can't get there that quickly. I was a bit overly aggressive there, I guess. I did kind of throw that army away. But, GG. Yeah, Hydras are just not... It's not a solid opening at all. So yeah, we did good damage with the Lib and the Hellions, which was nice. But real odd style from my opponent there, wasn't it? Real odd style. This is some Mio Micah stuff. Very minimal units. The problem is you go gas so early that it's hard to get up your mineral base. So taking the damage from the Lib was actually probably game ending, I think. Yeah, that Lib basically wins the game. It gets 15 kills. That's including 2 Hydras. That's too much. That's way too much. So I did respect the fact that there might be a Hydra all-in coming. So I did still build a bunker and stuff. But yeah, otherwise we were fine. I mean, the opponent actually used that style really well. And if you get to Hydra Infestor, it's not bad. I think you just need to go to it a little later in the game. I mean, rushing to it like this is just such a gamble. Yeah. And then like this little Hydra move out where he pokes with it and I'm like, wait a second, I can just stim on that. Anytime Hydras are caught on their own, they're just so bad, man. Yeah, opponent actually recovered pretty well, right? No Evo chambers until now. I think it goes triple Evo. I think with this style, double Evo maybe, but... And then Hive as well? This doesn't make sense, dog. This player's pretty good, man. This player's pretty good. Their strategy's just totally jank. And then we literally just basically did so much damage with multi-pronged bio drops, right? So much damage, man. Just wouldn't let him get a 4th, so we did crazy damage. We were macroing pretty well behind this as well. Not perfectly, but pretty well. Now that attack over there did kind of suck. Ran into the Hydras derpily. But anytime Hydras are out on their own like that, they're just so fragile. I was trying to go Ultras. Wow, what a fascinating style. Sween Dog's a Chad gamer, guys. Merry Pygmus, friendos. I don't think we have a Pygmus command. Merch, if you do want to get yourself a lovely Merry Pygmus shirt. Same one as last year. We haven't made a new one. I love it, though. It's been sitting in my cupboard. Every now and then I'd see it, and I'm like, man, I want to get the Merry Pygmus shirt out. So, guys, we are playing a TVP. What's Tunneling Claws called? What can I say? I'm a big brain person. I'm very smart. I am so very, very smart. I am so very, very, very smart. All right, check it out, guys. So TVP, we're going to be doing that standard opening. Nice big map. We've had a lot of big maps for TVP today. We haven't had as many small ones. So it's been pretty chill. We go barracks, then we go gas. Remember, this guy rallies across the map. So people keep going Nexus before core. So a little cute adjustment I could do is I could hang around there to block that if I want. Right, rather than going up into the main. So if I see a probe there at that same moment, we're gonna add that in just to be annoying. Just a little, hey, get wrecked, dickhead. You know? Protoss players always do it to us when we're playing Zerg. Occasionally they harass with a probe early as well, so might be a fun way to do it. Actually, this map's so big, I won't even get there in time. Oh, this map's gigantic. It takes so long to get across here. Oh, no. So we gotta go in the main. Gotcha. Check, is this double gas? Oh, double gas build, guys. Oh, uh-oh. So what we're gonna do is we are actually gonna do the greedy response. Now, I've been working on this lately because we assume it's a proxy void raid, but we don't actually know, right? So we'll leave that guy there. He can scout when the expansion comes in.
Upgrade complete.
And I think what we're gonna do is we're going to try and go straight reactor. Get a second gas going.
Got something for me to kill. On the way.
I cannot find this proxy. For the love of all that is holy, I need to. Oh no.
You're the Reaper Man. Ah! You scared me!
Okay, guys. So we're just doing our normal build, except we skipped the marine. Let's get a bunker up here, shall we? Build it on that side.
Death.
Ooh!
Bad news.
Look at that!
Add-on.
It's a fake! It's a fake! Now there is a stalker coming. A double stalker pressure even.
When a plan comes together. Done.
Oh, okay, guys. So we do need to stay on the high ground. That's okay, though. So we'll get cyclones out for that.
Armed and ready.
I don't know why I'm building a bunker there. I think it's just the urge to...
Got something for me to kill. Agreed.
Okay, we didn't need to build that bunker. That was dumb. Sorry, guys. I like shitting on people that try to do
Add-on
cheesy things.
Complete.
We're going to build a cyclone to go with our marines, and then let's not miss any more marine
Center
production.
upgrade.
And what are we doing, guys? We're building SCVs. We'd like to get a starport up, but it's actually not that important. In this scenario, we're forced into such a defensive stance. We're not going to be able to do any drop pressure or anything anyway, so why not just get the second and third barracks earlier? Because we're not going to get extra gases up anyway, so why not just focus on it this way? And as soon as that cyclone's out, we can push to the low ground, start securing that, and go from there. So let's get the extra depot, make sure we don't miss that. That will go down.
Systems go.
Let's build a tank just to back this up.
You gonna get comms open.
Oh, hello.
Armed and
Okay.
ready. SCV ready. By the number. Been waiting. Channels.
Can build a bunker down
Thanks for
there.
the Bezos box.
Okay, we can get another barracks. Now, guys, at this point, you're wondering, okay, isn't your opponent a cheesy piece of shit, though? And the answer is yes. So what we're going to do is we are going to get an engineering bay before starport as well. I'm still dropping mules because we're going to have the turrets available, okay? Now, he could go DTs, but it wouldn't be very quick. Now, why wouldn't it be very quick? Very simple. Now, that's going to go there, by the way.
Add-on complete.
And then everything else can go up here. We'll build one more tank, will we? Nah, we don't need that. Because we're getting the extra barracks up so quickly, I don't think we need it. And then we can swap that over for double medevac production. So we're basically just rushing to the point, to the next part of the game. We're saying skip the early game interactions. The build's going to be a bit too far off. We're just making, you know, because we're taking all these safety precautions and things. So let's just play it this way instead. Let's, oh, I forgot to build that turret, didn't I? Let's try and build it like here. So it covers the front, but it also covers that observer area, which could be annoying. Now what we're missing here, of course, is scouting, guys. So we're going to try and sneak out and send that Reaper out, see what he can do. We can now get our 4th and 5th barracks and do a 2-base all-in, or we can take a 3rd command center. I don't really know which one I want to do, guys. 3rd command center is the standard, so let's follow the same plan that we've been doing. Are we still committing to a big push? Yeah. Yes, we are. But
Been waiting on you. By the numbers, boys. This better be good. Who wants? Got a target in mind?
okay, we got it. Third Nexus was finished, by the way. You guys go there.
Go ahead. What's going on?
Okay. All right.
Gonna give me orders? SCV ready.
Ready for
Research complete.
Let's try and get our 4th and 5th barracks. And let's go for a little push. Now this push, guys, super dicey, right? Because I don't think we can really do too much. This is what I'm going to call this a foraging trip, okay?
Add-on.
So I just want, I want to frame this correctly for everyone. So what do we mean by a foraging trip? What I mean is that we're not looking for a kill here. What we're doing is we're grabbing our whole army, we're moving forward, we're looking for harassment if possible. But more importantly, we're checking what our opponent's doing and we're hopefully scanning them. Now what do we see? A lot of stalkers and an immortal, no shield battery. So we can take this. So notice that's full of gases as well. That's a sign of greed.
command center upgrade complete.
So I didn't really want to commit. But we saw an army that was not that big. It was all units that don't pack a big punch, right? And so we decided to commit.
Coming through. Let's have a blast. Been waiting on you. You gonna give me orders?
Somebody, get me out of this mess. Now what?
Alright, go home.
Numbers, boy.
Oh, that's a lot of gateways. Oh my lord.
Heading out.
Run, can we survive? Can we survive?
On my...
So our opponent, if we gave them just a little bit of time, they would have done really well. So why did we push, guys? We had +1, stim, shields, all that stuff. But we weren't really committing that hard. We were even supply blocked a little leading into it. So the whole idea was go there. If I see lots of zealots with charge, I see a few colossus, I see some shield batteries, the idea was always going to be to just back off and just chill. But we went in there and we were like, well, it's just stalkers and an immortal, no shield battery, and the third even had gases on it, which means our opponent has gone a whole bunch deeper into the tech. It means they're going way harder than just making zealots off a bunch of gateways or anything like that.
Ready for pickup? In the pipe.
Now, whenever you swap defensive, there's always a little bit of threat in the back of your head of, well, what if my opponent does go super greedy here, builds 2 next side? Widow Mine drops are the best way to take advantage of someone, okay? Now, we just F2'd there, and then we just shift-clicked out that drop. Lazy way of getting organized after some chaos. I'll try to stop doing that too much, because that can get really bad if the game gets scrappy. We start +2, we start the Ghost Academy, right? Build a single turret down there, just in case. More Marines, more Marauders, and okay. Just putting some Marine spotters around the map as well.
Ready for dust off. SCV ready.
Alright.
Oh, it's on.
Alright, let's get out there.
Let's have a blast. We could use some help here. Armed and ready.
Ooh, looks like he blinked after me, actually. So we might even lose another guy there.
Depleted.
What's his army look like? So he's got Colossus now. So if we can... Oh, whoops. I've already got a dude up there, don't I? Oh, that's dumb of me then.
Ready for dust off. Picking it. Now what?
Go, go, go.
I heard that.
So what we're going to do is we're going to try and...
That's fine.
Here's your
Want a
stuff.
piece of me, boy?
Try and split the army up.
Where's the emergency?
He's got some stalkers here, but not too many.
Confirmed. Ready for dust off.
And then these guys
You gonna get
Ready for pickup?
are going to come in, because we know he's already responded to up here, right? And these guys are, by the way, already planning to just evacuate. So we lose one full medevac. We get some big Widow Mines off.
Emergency.
We're going to come straight back in. Now, why are we coming straight back in? Because we know he's got to respond to this.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
ghost reporting.
Oh, we lost the drop that went back in there. So we just got punished for our greed, guys.
Boy.
Out with it. Solo operative.
So he's going to try and chase me down now.
This better be gateway.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
If he does, he's going to get jumped on in the
Research
open.
complete. Upgrade complete.
We're also going to go drop some more Widow Mines there. These guys can go there and then there as well.
Talk to me. Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Your forces are under attack.
So notice almost all my focus is on my micro. And this, guys, is purely because
Ready for dust
we are in a situation right now where we are getting massive value from that micro, okay?
Have a blast.
But now the moment where our opponent has managed to defend, I'm kind of going, oh, okay. Let's take a moment to macro. Gather my army, because I still sense I can kill my opponent. But gather my army, get +3 going.
Your forces
the starport.
are under attack.
Big jump. Ah! You scared me.
ready for
Oh,
dust off.
okay, this is just a great fight for me because he's come out into the open and obviously I've got Vikings in there. We can just box these Marauders and just click them on the Colossus. As long as we're not like hammering our units together in a ball like that. If my units were like this, I would have pulled back and run away and spread. But in that scenario, I was like, oh, my units were already kind of spread, and I had that big section of Marauders, which was kind of like this sort of mix of units where I'm like, oh, that can tank Colossus shots all day. So that can just shift click on them. Now, arguably, I could have taken a bit more of a break from the micro to focus more on the macro at a few points there, right? And I could have been a little more methodical about it. I would say generally that's the better way to do it. But there's arguments on both sides. One argument against doing that is that even though you're entering the chaos, as long as you don't completely lose track of where you are, you're going to bring your opponent into the chaotic zone as well. And that's always good for you because, you know, you're the one dictating the pace. You can back off and focus on your macro at some point. They don't have that option, right? GG's. Yes. Oh no, we've got a Masters Turtle Zerg, guys. It's Bang! Our favorite Turtle Zerg anime streamer, Bang. This is not Boom. They are a Boom fan though. Hence they have like 14 A's, just like Boom has 14 O's. Boom, bang, Shazam, Kazam. Boom, bang, shabam. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, bang, Shazam, Kazam. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. I don't know what this song is I'm singing, but it is. What's up, Broasted Garlic? So, what is Broasted Garlic, by the way? Is that where the garlic gets nicely roasted just from so many high fives, like bro, and like you like chest thump? Do you get two bros shirtless and sweaty after a game of sports ball, and they jump in the air and smash their chests together? But just before they make contact, you drop a garlic in there, and it gets literally roasted by the manliness of their broness? Is that what a broasted garlic is? I've always wondered.
SCV ready. What's going on?
You ever roast some garlic between two bros? Alright guys, so we got ourselves a Terran versus Zerg. Now, if Bang Turtles, I imagine they probably play like roaches and festas and stuff. I can't actually remember what they play in this matchup. So we're just going to play pretty standard to start and then see what we are up against. Did I say good luck, have fun? I did not.
SCV ready.
Guys, 1911 smoke. We've detected the one person who's never felt the camaraderie of chest thumping another bro after you win a sports ball match. Tja.
Thanks for the Bezos bucks.
Have you never felt that? Hey, thank you for the 8-month resub. Does Bezos actually give you some bucks? Same as a regular sub, my friend. Did you know if you guys use your Prime Gaming, your Amazon Prime, you can get Prime Gaming for free, and you can give a sub. It gives me actual dollary dues. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Our butt is so big.
What's going on? SCV ready. Bandit. Big job. Armed and
Booty
ready.
hunter. Where'd you go? Get back here, big booty.
I'm going. Let's do this. On the way. Yes, indeed. Nothing I can't handle. Oh, what? You want something?
Damn it.
Certainly. Done.
Are you kidding me? I just can't play TBZ on this map. My brain is actually broken when I play this map. God damn it. How do I keep losing my Reaper on this map every time?
SCV ready.
Oh my god, I should have built the starport over here. Anyways, it's fine. We're gonna go for a 4 Hellion dive because you'll notice my opponent didn't make link speed. So if we can get in with those Hellions at all, then we could cause some real big damage. That's a big if, since I think my opponent is probably just turtling up without really exposing themselves. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you don't actually take a third base, then it's harder for your opponent to attack you because there's just less angles to be found, right? We'll still, of course, try for the Aliens, try for the Liberator to follow it up.
Big job. SCV ready.
Just queuing up some extra SCVs right now. Oh, there's a third. Oh, okay.
Word. I'm waiting on you.
Alright. Don't need to get fancy then. We're just going to group those up and dive straight for the natural. And then these guys can run in there as well. I don't really want there to be any dilly-dallying then. Yeah. So I'm going to slow down my third command center this game, guys, to build an extra lib and some more Hellions. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because we know my opponent likes to turtle, and we've seen they skipped link speed because their gas went down on their natural really late. Oh, shit! How are all my units getting so wrecked this game? This is crazy. This is not working out at all, guys. Uh-oh.
SCV ready. Huh? You gonna give me orders, big job? SCV ready.
Liberation is at hand.
Our SCV base is under attack.
SCV ready. Who wants? I'm in a heap of trouble. Turning up the heat. Hell yeah!
Standing by.
SCV ready. This better be me.
Oh, no.
All hands to battle.
We did?
Our SCV
Oh, man.
add-on complete. Base is under attack.
Who wants some? SCV ready. Talk to me, boss. Gangway coming through. SCV ready.
If I make a comeback from here, it's going to be pretty legendary, but
Our SCV
give it a go.
under attack.
Power of losing your first Reaper and your first Hellions just with bad micro, guys.
SCV ready.
Got freedom.
This better be good. Been waiting on you.
Alrighty then. You can go there.
Who wants some?
Research.
Okay, awesome. Alright. Yeah, we're dead. This is mega greedy play from my opponent, so those early run buys needed to do damage. And as I said, I really struggle on this map because there's not much of a way in. If there's ever a map to just play 3 command center, this is it.
Course set.
Armed and ready.
And Zerg has a more flexible economy, so anytime you take a messy trade like that, Zerg is going to win it.
SCV ready.
So we just got a little bit too greedy. If we repaired that depot, I think we were okay, because we were producing Marines and they were getting down there to start killing the units, but having messed that up put us in a very, very bad position. And so
Add-on
here we are.
complete.
SCV ready.
Come on, extra medevac's super necessary right now.
Command center upgrade complete.
Easy. We're returning fire.
This better be. This
Oops, looks like some guys run in.
Ready for dust.
SCV. Go, go, go.
Some banelings maybe.
SCV ready.
Acknowledged.
You gonna get bad news? Big job.
Ready for dust off. Toxic.
This better be gangway coming through. What's going on?
Lifeline. Ready for dust off. ET.
This better be good. SCV ready.
Research.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Waiting on you.
Go, go, go!
We're returning fire. Standing by. As you say.
Armed and ready. I'm on it. SCV ready. And hold. You gonna get me open waiting on you.
Picking up. up or drop ready for dust off.
This better be good.
Ready for pickup? Now what?
Boom, baby!
We're returning
Could use
fire.
some help here.
Life flight's here. Talk to me. Picking up?
This better be good. SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy?
Let's go.
By the number.
Ready for
Your
pickup?
forces are under attack.
ready.
Now what?
Go, go, go!
Waiting on you.
Armed and ready.
Picking up or dropping off?
But
Where? Talk to me. Ready for dust off.
you want a piece of me, boy?
Mineral field
Gangway,
depleted.
coming through. Go, go, go! Oh, it's on.
So what are we doing? As much harassment as possible. We've got next to no
Research
defense at home.
Complete.
We're just kind of accepting that.
This better be good. Who wants some?
Ready for dust off. I heard that. Wait. Now what? What?
Orders?
Talk to me.
This better be
Upgrade
good.
complete.
Affirmative. Who wants some?
Where's the emergency?
SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? Sure thing.
Mineral field depleted.
This better. By the
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack.
Gangway, coming through. We could use some help here.
Life flight's here.
Oh, it's on. We could use some help here. This better be good. Gangway. SCV ready. You want to You gonna give me orders? SCV ready.
She's doing a good job.
Go, go, go!
Making my life real hard here. She's trying to mix in some borrowed veins for the lulz. I like it.
Add-on complete.
By the numbers, you've been waiting on you. Who wants
Command center upgrade complete.
Waiting on you.
Just say when. Huh? This better be good.
Talk to me.
Go ahead. Arm,
Life flight.
you gonna give me.
Your forces are under attack.
We could use some help here.
Picking up or dropping?
Ultra cabin? Yeah.
Life flight. Talk to me. Waiting on you.
I don't know how long I was supplied for, but I'm gonna guess 3 minutes. Just too much trying to watch my army and not get surprised by anything, you know?
By the numbers, boys. SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, it's on.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under
Ready
attack.
for dust off.
Mineral field depleted.
Life flight's here. Picking up or dropping off?
This better be good.
Mineral field
Who wants some? Keep your shirt on. We could use some help here. You want a piece of me, boy?
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete.
In the rear.
Your forces are
Ready
under
for dust
attack.
off.
It's go time. This better be good.
Did I see infestors? Yes, I did.
Mineral field depleted.
This who wants some?
Waiting on you.
These guys are gonna push down the bottom.
Mineral field
These
depleted.
guys are gonna run in here.
Where's the emergency?
Armed and ready.
Upgrade complete.
This better be about to get heavy.
Ready for dust off.
By the numbers.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
We can use some help here.
Now what?
Oh my god.
Mineral field depleted. Vespine geyser exhausted.
Roger that. Been waiting on you.
Ready. Where's the emergency?
Let's have a blast.
Ooh.
It's go time. Been waiting. Don't leave me hanging.
Ready for dust off.
Base is under
Let's
attack.
have a blast. Who wants some?
Mineral field depleted.
Boom, baby. What's going on? In the rear. Let's have a blast. What?
Liberation is at hand. Reporting for action.
Who wants some?
Liberation is at hand.
It's go time. Let's have a blast. We can use some help here. Armed and ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
This one's
Ready. Now what? Picking up or dropping off?
Liberation is at hand.
by the numbers, boy. It's go time.
All hands
Mineral
to battle
field
stations. We're returning fire.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
Oh, the fungal of doom!
Who wants some?
Liberation is at hand.
Been
We're
waiting.
returning
Very
fire.
well done.
Initiating. Reporting for action.
Wait.
Time's a wasting.
You gonna give me
Just
Now what?
My
Talk to me.
man!
by the number. Armed. Go, go, go! Ah! Bad news. Who wants some?
See if we can float that down there.
Go time.
You guys go there.
In the rear.
You guys
What's going
go
on?
here.
Huh? You want a piece of me, boy? Big job, huh?
Reporting for action.
Armed and ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
Ready for pickup?
Mineral field depleted.
Incoming orders. We're returning fire. We have you on screen. Of course.
By the numbers, boy. Been waiting on you.
Waiting on you. Here's your stop.
Your forces are under
We're gonna try and make
attack.
ghosts
Upgrade
because this
complete.
game's gonna go for another 20 minutes.
Yep.
I mean, if things are going well for me anyway.
What's going on?
Nice fungal.
All hands to battle stations.
Base is under attack.
Been waiting. Who wants some? Gangway coming through. We can use some help here.
Will do, Command. Dropping off.
Go, go, go! Armed and ready.
I can.
This better be good.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Go on.
I was really hoping Boom wouldn't
Command center
just make enough Ultraling Vein Corruptor, because this is a composition you can't really stop without just a sick defensive position,
our SCVs are under
or by being Maru, one or the other. And after I lost that big army on the front, I was lacking all of this stuff.
Oh, it's on. Go, go, go! Out with it. Solo.
I think she's got me, guys. Whoa.
Waiting on you. ETA?
Gangway.
Even though I've got all this money now, I don't have the production
This better be
to
good.
spend it.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Oof.
What's going on?
base is under attack.
Ready to blunder. Oh, it's on.
So what you do, guys, is you queue it to break the range, and then you immediately go back to land. Got 2 more barracks on the way.
Liberation.
You want a piece of me, boy? Let's have a blast.
Base is under attack.
Kaboom, baby!
Moving into position.
Want some?
Ready for dust off.
Go, go, go! Gangway, coming.
Base is under attack.
It's go time. Come again. Armed.
Ready for dust off.
All hands
Oh,
to battle
it's
stations.
there now. Okay.
This
We're
better be
returning fire.
been waiting on you. Come again.
Ready for dust off.
Okay.
Research
More ghosts,
complete.
please.
Base is under attack.
Ready for dust off.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Okay.
Gangway.
We're trying to make more ghosts, more ghosts, more ghosts. I don't know if that really matters.
Ready for dust. Heading out.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
Ready? It's go time. Ghost reporting.
Reporting for action.
Go. Want a piece of me, boy? Kaboom, baby!
Ghosts are a very turtly army, so if you ever want to use them, what you got to try and focus on is getting more planetaries and kind of turrets up and stuff everywhere. Oh man.
In. Yes, sir. E-
Boom, baby! You gonna give me orders?
Now what?
Been waiting.
What?
Just say the word. Ghost reporting.
Talk to me.
Let's try and get rid of some of the tech, shall we?
Ghost reporting.
Moving into position.
It's about to get heavy.
Okay, you guys can go there.
Go time.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
What's going on? Been waiting on you.
Mineral field depleted.
By the number, boys. Roger that. Looking for this better gangway. Coming. We can use some help here.
Mineral field depleted.
Somebody, get me out of this mess. Here's your stuff.
That just does nothing. I don't know, man.
Huh? We could use some help here. Armed.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
This better
A few Vikings, a few libs, more stuff.
be it's on.
Never got +3 armor, which is obviously a huge problem right now.
Ghost reporting.
Command center upgrade complete.
Roger that. Been waiting on. SCV ready. Ghost.
Base is under attack.
Ghost reporting. Solo operative, right? Go.
Mineral field depleted.
Come again.
Liberation is at hand.
Let's get into the fight. Give me the sit rep. You sure?
Mineral field depleted.
You sure about that? Come again. Go. You sure about that? Come again. Give me the
Base
sit rep.
is under attack.
Come again.
Liberation is at hand.
Just too many banelings. Ah, fuck. Shouldn't have been there in the giant ball. This is why you hide behind your planetaries. Yeah, terrible fight for me. It's really bad.
Nothing to it. Roger. Ghost reporting.
I don't like using Ghost because you're just sitting there turtling the whole time. And GG, very well played.
Need something liberating?
Solo operative, right?
I got to Ghosts, which I have never played. It's like a year since I tried to play Bio into Ghost late game. If I just sat behind planetaries, I could have probably just waited it out and just slowly taken one base at a time. But what did I do? I grabbed my whole army and moved it together, and you're never allowed to do that, guys. 10 slow Zerglings? 8 slow Zerglings, yeah. And they actually did a really good job. So I should have gone straight into the main here. Yeah, so this is my mistake, is going to the top. I should have gone straight south to create distance between the queens and myself. Now, one queen might be able to block the ramp, but that would have been the better way to do it. And then these Zerglings actually got surrounds on 3 different Hellions. Oh, got to show some respect for the slow Zergling, guys. You got to show that respect. So from there, I'm pretty screwed, but I was like, okay, we're going to commit really hard to extra Hellion lib, is what I decided in this game. Problem being, those links, I mean, if I turned these Hellions around right now, maybe we would have been okay. Maybe, just maybe. But as it was, this was super rough. Now, this lib does a great job. That kills a lot of stuff, but we didn't reposition it. And that lib also went down without repositioning. Now, we got Bang down to a pretty low economy, but Bang had a 4th hatch up, so we were completely dead from here. From there, we basically just did Widow Mine drop, Marine drop, Widow Mine drop, Marine drop, and we just tried to basically harass Bang down. But I wasn't really macroing perfectly while doing it, because I'm not used to trying to Marine and Widow Mine drop 3 different bases at once. So very well played. From here, we were playing at half the worker count, and we were just massively outswarmed. So, what's the lesson to be learned? Hellion Micro is really important. Now, this wouldn't have been as bad if I stuck to the normal build, but because I went 8 Hellions, and I lost the first 4 badly, and the next 4 and the libs didn't do that much, because I got hit by the Ling backstab, so I wasn't able to micro them, it was a disaster. This was just a scenario where your build doesn't work out, and, you know, sometimes that happens. Your opponent plays well. But you do want to also look at just the little micro adjustments you can make. So what time did my Hellion dive hit? Not very early. 4:20. This is kind of late for a 4 Hellion dive, but just look at that micro and think, next time I'm running in, always think about where the queens are, especially if we know their Ling speed is late. That's what you're looking for. That is the visual thing you need to recognize. And at this point, I should have known queens are there. Go south, get out of there. So if we went south, that would have been huge. Now, standing in our way, guys, is a rematch. Same map versus Bang. All right, let's go, guys. So we're just going to do the 6 Hellions plus the lib this time. We're going to stick to the normal build order, which is a little bit less dependent on finding damage. And to be fair, if we think about it, that's probably just a nice way to do it against someone who is clearly a good Zerg, but I don't think Bang can stand up to just a solid Marine Widow Mine parade. Not with such a fast third and such late tech. We'll see what happens, of course. 3rd base there, 4th base there, 5th base there. But if Bang gets a lead, you can tell Bang as a Zerg is, oof, got some brilliant play. I was really expecting like Broodlord Infestor stuff, just because I haven't watched much of Bang stream, but the one time I watched it a while back, it was like real turtley Spine Infestor stuff. So that was my first game against Bang, and I feel like it was a little different to what I expected. But let's focus internally on what we can do rather than what our opponent is doing to us. So,
Yeah. Big job, huh?
we're gonna put guys on gas, very standard. Kill up one more. All right, so we're not gonna lose our Reaper this game, and we're gonna just chill. Yeah, we just respawned versus Bang, guys. Got Bang rematch. Same spawn, same position, same map. Beautiful. It's gonna be great.
Huh? SCV ready. What's going on? Go ahead. Ah! You scared me! In the rear. Big job, huh? Bad news?
We're gonna focus a bit more on my macro. So for me, and you guys, it depends on what your natural focus is as a player. But for me, I naturally tunnel vision on. Let's just double check that. That should be finished, right? Yeah.
SCV ready.
I naturally tunnel vision on the fights, guys. That's always been my weakness. It's a strength because I naturally micro my ass off
Roger.
in certain situations. I like little tactical backstabs and all sorts of cool maneuvers I can do.
I'm listening.
But on the other hand, it does get me in trouble a little bit.
Whole lot of pain. All right, let's do this.
So we get a drone there, which is really nice. We just pull back. Remember, focusing on the macro.
Reaper man.
So we'll check that there's a third. We'll see if we can stop the spread of the tumor, okay?
SCV ready. Yes, indeed. On the way. What? You want something?
Add-on.
SCV ready. I'm listening.
Do we have creep coming down yet? Yes, we do.
Let's do. What's it worth? SCV ready. Fear the Reaper man. Fair enough.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready to raise.
Command center upgrade complete.
What? You want something? I'm going. Big job, huh? This better be good. I'm listening. What's it worth? Ready to raise some hell. Fear the got something for me to kill. Certainly. It's on now. Nothing I can't. SCV ready. Ah! What's it worth? SCV ready. What? You want something?
Liberation is at hand.
What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready. Got. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Easy.
What?
Attention.
SCV ready. I'm listening. Death.
Focus on the macro. Double eBay. You go there.
Add-on complete.
Double gases.
I'm in a heap of trouble. God, fear the Reaper man. SCV ready. SCV ready.
She's going for the counterattack.
Back in the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Of course.
Death from above. Certainly. What's it worth? I'm going. You want a piece of SCV ready?
Add-on complete.
Incoming orders.
I'm listening.
Add-on complete.
We're returning fire.
What? You SCV ready?
Command center upgrade complete.
Death from above. I'm going.
All hands to battle stations.
SCV ready. What?
Good counter pressure from her, but not enough.
Ready to raise some hell.
As I said, we're just focusing on my own build rather than over-focusing on what my opponent's doing. And this is going to really help us out.
Fear the Reaper, man. SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
This better be good. Who wants some? Order got something for me to kill. SCV. Fair enough. That's all.
I don't want to get surrounded, so there's no point committing there too hard.
SCV ready. Yes, indeed.
Add-on complete.
Agreed.
Where's the hot?
By the numbers. Ah! You scared me! Huh? Move it! Who wants? Been waiting on a piece of me, boy. SCV ready.
Upgrade.
Gangway coming through. SCV ready. Go, go, go! Aye, aye, sir. By the SCV ready. Armed and ready. This better be good. We could use some help here. It's go time.
She's coming for the run by again.
Research complete.
You can
Talk to me.
by the armed and ready. Go, go, go! This better be good.
Double upgrades. We got it.
Let's have a blast.
Mineral field depleted.
Ready for dust off.
SCV ready.
Add-on. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
Somebody, get me out of this mess. Life flight's here.
Gangway. It's go time.
That's a sacrifice.
SCV
Okay, well
ready.
done.
Gangway coming through. By the numbers, boys.
So, run bys are very frequent.
This better be good.
That's fine.
It's go time. Armed and ready. Been waiting on gangway. Coming through. You gonna give me orders? Go, go, go! This better be good. By the numbers, boys.
Mineral field depleted.
You gonna give me orders?
Command center.
This better be.
Ready for dust off.
Upgrade complete.
Let's have a blast. You gonna keep it waiting?
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Slow down.
Research.
Yeah, I've been really apprehensive and focused on killing my opponent today for whatever reason, rather than just focusing on my macro. And I think this is a good example of showing one of the, one of the many bad habits you guys could fall into. So notice what I'm doing here is I'm doing control click micro. So whenever the banelings come in, we're control clicking the marines and
SCVs are under
focusing on
attack.
that.
Now what?
Get those. Okay, get the 2
Your
depots.
forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
And as long as you keep expanding, because what are we identifying? Bang is really good at macro defense while backstabbing. Macro defense, backstabbing, right? Over and over again.
Mineral field depleted.
It's fucking adorable. Ah, you gotta pay that shit. That's so cool. She's trying so hard to borrow the Banelings in the mineral line. It's actually just the most lit thing ever. Literally,
Command
Twitch
center
chat's been asking for it for years. It's finally here.
base is under attack.
Okay, so we've got 3-3, we've got all this. What are we doing now? Okay, let's get
Mineral
concussive.
field depleted.
And let's push this angle. We're still not building medevacs. Okay, let's get orbitals. So that's going to give me a bit more longevity.
Mineral field. Upgrade complete.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure she's trying to borrow Banelings in the fights as well, because that is one of the coolest moves you could do.
Command center upgrade.
But we're not going to give her a time. Ooh. So at this point, because she's not quite able to crush a push, that tells us exactly what we need to do, which is...
You scared me. What's going on?
just pile on the pressure. Okay, let's group up for a moment.
Ready for duff?
Okay, she obviously... we've left her economy alone a little bit too long here.
Command center
And
upgrade.
did I ever get those starports? I didn't, did I?
You scared me.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Okay, we might actually still be
Mineral
dead.
field depleted.
Baby. Armed and ready.
Yeah, this is actually a big problem. Alright, we'll try and float one more command center up the top. Okay. So let's just grab a chunk of bio.
Light flights here.
That's going to go be a drop squad.
This better be good. Been waiting on
Okay, we're going to keep putting widow mines everywhere.
It's go time.
And I
Ready for
think
dust
that's
off.
really important, actually.
You gonna been waiting on. By the sword is here.
Your
Oh,
forces
she's not watching.
mineral field
Awesome, almost got an ultra there, which is fantastic.
I'm on it. Been waiting.
Oh, that's really good.
You want a piece of me, boy? Roger that. It's go time. That's fine.
Where's the emergency?
Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack.
We could use some help here. This better be good. Kaboom, baby!
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
She's accidentally attacking her own hive. Obviously a big mistake for her, but
Your forces are under attack.
Where's the emergency?
okay.
Somebody, get me
So
out
notice
of
we're
this
just
mess.
creating minefields everywhere. This is really important.
Go, go, go!
Okay, so now we can float that. We can also try and get another command center that we can float down the bottom.
Your forces are under
This better be
attack.
good.
We're not going to build Liberators this time. We're going to build Vikings. We're going to get ship
Mineral
weapons. Let's
field.
get building
Your
armor.
forces are
Ready
under
for dust
attack.
off.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Waiting on.
By the numbers, boy. Go, go, go! You want a piece of me?
Trying to just heal up all these medevacs.
Let's have a blast.
And get
Base
lots and
is
lots of
under
marauders
attack.
going.
Gangway, coming through.
Ready for dust off.
This better be good.
Okay.
Been By the armed and ready.
Acknowledged. Here's your
Ready to
stuff.
plunder.
Talk.
This bit. It's armed and ready. We could use some help here. By the number.
Mineral field depleted.
Grab our extra workers, make planetary.
Go, go, go! Let's have a blast!
Research complete.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Liberation is at hand.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
I was not expecting an infestor to be sitting right there. Maybe she saw me with fungal. But we are multi-pronging, so I think it's okay.
Command center upgrade. Your forces are under attack.
Yes, sir. Ready to plunder.
Talk to me. Now what?
Armed and ready.
Upgrade.
Ready to plunder. Sure thing.
Taking up?
Piece of me, boy. Ready to plunder.
Upgrade.
It's on. Armed and ready. Ready to plunder. Can't hold them alone. What's going on?
All hands to battle stations.
Big job, huh? This better be good. It's about to get heavy.
Okay, I think we're good enough now.
Our SCVs are under attack.
It's on.
Base is under attack.
Try to take that as well.
SCV ready.
Your forces.
Just remember,
are
the
under
Vikings are
attack.
really going to help us out, just in terms of killing these.
Picking up or
Okay, and we can get
Your forces
finally
are
11
under
barracks coming out.
Go ahead. Gangway. Coming. Let's have
attack. Your forces are under attack.
now what?
Huh? Well, butter.
We get some more.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Um,
Oh, it's on. It's go time. This better be good. What's going on?
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Command center up. Mineral field depleted.
It's go time.
Ready for dust off.
Mineral field depleted.
Inbound.
Been waiting
okay,
on you.
we're going to just push now.
Your forces are under attack.
Can't wait. Sure.
Vespine add-on complete.
Let's have a blast. This better be. Go on. Can't wait.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
It's a.
Base is under attack.
Oh, it's on. By the numbers, boys. That's fun. Armed and ready. I feel you. Got it.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Mineral field depleted.
Armed and ready. Go on. By the numbers.
Mineral field.
I'm in a world of hurt. You want a piece of me, boy? Oh, it's on. Transformations. You ready for war? You gonna give me orders?
Mineral field depleted.
We could use some help.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under forces are under attack.
Where's the emergency?
Let's have a blast.
God damn, it's hard to push in when there's all this there.
I'm in a world of hurt. Oh, it's on. Armed and ready, boy. Roger that. Go time. Oh,
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Come quickly help.
What's up? Out with it. Go. I'm in a world of let's have a blast. Go, go, go. It's all orders. You want to be? I'm in a world of hurt. Boom, baby. What's up?
Attention.
It's go time. Armed and ready. You gonna get
Mineral field
gangway?
We're returning fire.
mineral field
It's on. Boom, baby. Let's have a blast.
It's hard to kill Infesta Ultra, guys.
By the numbers.
How do we do this? I think we just pull back.
Been waiting. It's about to get heavy. Gangway coming through. It's go time.
We're returning
Or we
fire.
make her come to me at least.
mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack.
I think we got rid of the Ultras?
Mineral field depleted.
Okay. I don't know, she's out of money, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we had to just win with the power of macro because she's tactically great, fantastic player, and yeah, she is really good at defending multi-prong, a lot better than I expected. Normally turtle players like fall apart a bit on the multitasking, but felt like Bang definitely thrives in the chaos, so I think a big inspiration from Boone for sure. GG's. Oh shit, guys, it's Cry Me a Reaver. I love this player's name. It's a Protoss player called Cry Me a Reaver. And I think this might get us over into where we need to go. So it's TVP Warthog versus Cry Me a Reaver. I think this might get us to Masters too. What a journey it's been today. It's been kind of cool, guys, because I tried to just play really good. But yeah, I got a bit tense and stuff. I had a little stretch during that last break, by the way, which I think really helped. And I just had to do some breathing and chill and have a good time. Not bad. And just try to focus on what I can do. Focus on the things that are in my control. Because especially if you're playing with lag, or your micro is not that good, or you're just getting yourself thrown off by reacting too much, just focus on your build order and do your thing. And this is a TVP, so do the exact same thing here, yeah? Pick a nice clean plan.
Yeah, whatever.
And go with that.
In the rear.
And it's going to be, of course, same plan as always, guys. So let's get our camera locations. Third base. Probably take a fourth over there and then a fifth out here. You think, because he's chatting, he's cheesing, chat says. Well, you would be correct.
Big job. Go ahead. Bandit.
Maybe?
Big job. Huh? Roger.
Ah, 2-gate opening. Okay, guys. So we are...
With the gear.
We accidentally built one extra SCV there, by the way. Which is not the end of the world, but...
What's going on? Yep. Bandit.
So, against the 2-gate opening, guys, it's real simple.
Go ahead.
You just stick to your normal opening and, yeah, have a bit of a party.
Huh?
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, we'll go Marine into factory still.
In the rear with the
It's
gear.
just important to make sure your bunker starts.
Something for me to kill. Certainly. What's
And
going
our
on?
SCV at the natural is a bit of a sacrifice, potentially. That's okay.
Big job. Gangway coming through.
Actually, let's just bring that home.
Our SCVs are under attack.
What's it worth? SCV ready. Yeah, from above. You're the Reaper man. Oh yeah, baby. That's all on the way. Agreed. Nothing I can't handle. What? Where's it worth? SCV ready. Go, go, go. I'm listening. Done. I'm going.
So we get 4 probes, we get out of there, and the bunker's up. Now, I built an extra marine. That's because my gas didn't line up. And now I'm seeing why my gas didn't line up.
Gotcha.
I'm like, man, I don't know why my gas isn't lining up, bro. It's just not.
What's going on?
We've just figured out why. We only had 2 on gas that whole time.
All right. SCV
And remember what we
ready.
did the previous time where we had to react against a 1 base player?
Command center upgrade.
Just
complete.
confirm there's a Nexus.
Add-on complete.
Shield battery, interesting. I don't know what the shield battery is about. But you do whatever you do. So we're going to go 3 racks before starport because we're spending all our gas on defensive tech units from there, Cyclone, and then other stuff anyway. So we're just going to go around the map and we're just going to check all the corners for proxies and then we can go back in for another scout after that. Okay.
Coming through.
Just take a look with the SCV.
Optics online. Let's go kill some.
We do throw away an SCV there, unfortunately.
SCV ready. Armed and ready. Cyclone on this one console. Channels cool. Been waiting on you.
Okay, grab some SCVs down.
Bad news.
Build an engineering bay just in case, just like in the previous game. And repair the Cyclone. We can also scan if we really want to be super duper safe. We see a Robo and a Robo Bay, so it's just going to be Colossus play. So super chill. Nothing to worry about, except maybe the drop, if you consider that a threat. Now, we did forget something big while obsessing over all those little reactions, right guys? And that's called building supply depots, which are kind of bloody important. So let's get a 3rd command center.
Will do.
And I guess we can make gases or something, I don't know. So we did get a bit disorganized there. Yeah, this was pretty lazy. So let's send our Reaper around the sides once again.
You got
Cyclone can of course defend the drop.
SCV ready.
And
Gangway coming through.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
cool. I'm gonna try to send 1 Marine down to that side.
Big job. SCV ready.
Thanks for the.
Wait, what's going on?
And let's get 2 more barracks, so up to 5 barracks, okay?
I'm listening.
Okay,
SCV
Reaper just
ready.
has a little bit of a scout there, no worries.
Bad news.
Turret out front, because why not?
What's that? This ought to be by the numbers, boy. You want a piece of me, boy? Been waiting on you. You gonna give me orders? This better be good. SCV ready. Comms open. Who wants some? SCV ready. Go, go, go! 10 more. Let's have a blast.
Command center upgrade complete. Research.
Gangway coming through. Ready to blunder. Boom, baby!
We just got supply blocked again.
MIP upgrade complete.
You want a piece of me, boy? Been waiting on you.
Research.
And we've got the Viking guarding the bottom from the disruptor drop.
Got it.
And then the other units are being guarded by other stuff as well.
Want some? Sure. This better.
Because he's trying to just catch me off guard, basically.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
You guys ever been brain damaged? I have.
SCV ready.
I'm like, he's trying to catch me off guard. And then because I'd accidentally queued the tank to re-siege, I'm now in a really hard fought game just because I'm incompetent. So, good thing about being incompetent is it gets you angry. Good thing about getting angry is anger is where all Terran power comes from. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. a dead command center. Or is it? Okay.
Let's get into the fight.
Whew. Awesome. We're just going to stay one each engineering bay at this point.
Mineral field.
That needs to be another reactor right now. Okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Whew.
What's going on?
I think at this point, you basically just take a 4th command center to make sure you can't die in the longer game. And you try to do counter pressure, but you keep it real light.
Certainly.
So basically we take that, and then everything else is just going to run around this left side. See if there's any more observers out here. It doesn't look like there are, but you know, you never know. We're going to take the 3 more barracks just so we have plenty of bio production. Notice it's pure Blink Stalker right now.
Talk to me. Here.
Armed and ready.
Notice how he always knows where my drop is? So he's either got great observer coverage or he's map hacking. I'm gonna guess it's great observer coverage. Pre-spreading.
Base is under attack.
Armed and ready. Go.
Ready for dust off.
Big job. You want a piece? We could use some help here. Boom, baby. Give me some. You gonna give me orders? Anyway. It's go time. Let's do this. Go.
Picking up or dropping off.
This better be
Command center.
Ready for dust off.
who wants some? Big man, fat. What's going on?
Trying to build a big enough economy that I don't even care.
Upgrade complete.
Talk to me.
Base is under attack.
We hear you. SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
And he's just trying to basically hit me everywhere at once.
This better be good. It's about to gangway coming through. Oh, it's on. Kaboom! SCV ready. Who wants some?
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Gangway coming through. You can arm and ready. Let's have 'em. This better be good.
Talk to me. Ready for dust off.
Oh, it's on. It's go time. Huh? By the numbers, boys. Go. Who wants some? Gangway coming through. And more, you want a piece of me, boy? Let's have a blast.
Ready for pickup.
This better be good.
So notice how he skipped detection, guys? Whenever your opponent's being a cheeky little fuck, they're not going to build detection. So you want to just basically keep Widowmine dropping them over and over again.
Mineral field depleted.
Light.
Who wants some?
Your forces are under attack.
It's go time. Oh, it's on. SCV
Your forces are under attack.
Now what?
good. SCV ready. Kaboom, baby.
Where's he?
Let's have 'em. God.
My man!
Gangway coming through. It's about to get heavy. Who
Picking
wants
up
some?
or dropping off.
You want to? Oh, it's on.
Here's your stop. Somebody, get me out of this
Gangway
mess.
coming. Kaboom, baby. Armed. We could use some help here. This better be go.
Mineral field depleted.
Gangway coming through. It's go time.
Once again, no medevacs. This is a really bad habit of mine, guys.
You want a piece of kaboom, baby?
Your forces are under attack.
No concussive.
Let's have a blast. This better be it's about to get it. We could use some help here. Kaboom! Gangway coming through. Been waiting. It's on.
Ready for dust off.
By the numbers. Say the word. It's go time. Let's have a blast. It's about to get heavy. This better be good. Been waiting.
Now what?
Just say when. You want a piece?
Your forces are under attack.
Kaboom, baby! Go on. This better be
Ready for dust off.
Let's have a blast. We could use some help here. Who wants some?
He's just gonna keep attacking as well, this piece of shit, man. No way to scare him off.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
You gonna give me orders?
Our SCVs are under attack.
Gangway coming through. You got what?
Scumbag. You fucking scumbag.
By the numbers. Go, go, go.
It's not even his fault. There's nothing wrong with how my opponent played. You can play the game in many different ways. I was like, well, he's just going to keep looking for a disruptor shot, and I'll just spread my units. And I look back, and I've clumped my units without
Ready for
thinking.
dust off.
That deep muscle memory of let's clump my shit up for no reason. Throw away all those units, and what should have been the easiest game of all time was not. But we got angry, and then we Widow Mine dropped him, we multi-pronged him, and yeah. And that was a Protoss playing a style that basically relies on him pinning you on the ground. Because if he can't pin you on the ground, his balls are not going to find their way into your face, are they? And as long as, I mean, the teabag sounds like a funny way to style on someone, but realistically, it's not the most effective combat technique. You might learn it from that, what's his name, Rex Kondo in Napoleon Dynamite. He probably teaches the offensive teabag strategy. You want a roundhouse kick from these bad boys? You want to get these balls dipped onto your forward? Yeah, GG. We made it. We made it.